Heyo, folks! Welcome to the show. It is Sunday. I have sunny weather, so why spend it outdoors? And I can spend it with you guys. We are today going to watch the final day of the Senator Nicole Mitchell trial, and we're going to watch Senator Mitchell herself take the stand and talk about why she did what she did. Now, the defense case has been solely about, oh, she's such a good person. Oh, the victim was so deep in Alzheimer's that she could barely function, even though, as we found out, the Mitchells allowed stepmom to drive to them, even after they claimed that she got lost on the way, and they were so worried. Oh, so worried. Oh, so worried. In my opinion, gaslighting. They are gaslighting us in the trial, and they were gaslighting poor Carol after Nicole Mitchell's dad died. Now, as it seems, what we do know now that Carol has early onset Alzheimer's. We do know that now. And, oh, here's Mo. Hey.
Sorry, I was like, "Oh," my daughter's like, "Oh, we're having an awards thing. Are you coming?" And I was like, "On a Sunday?"
Oh. Awards for attending school. Participation trophy or actual achievements.
Well, these are scholarships, so she did
Oh,
have to work and you
yeah.
know, like, write an essay and stuff.
Yeah. Okay, but okay, so at least not participation trophy. Hey, you didn't shoot your teacher this year. Hey,
She's got that 3 years in a row. I
oh,
mean, winged them a little bit, but, you know, not
that's got to be a record.
it really is for an American school.
Oh, yeah, I was just talking to the people about what to expect today, and I saw that Senator Nicole Mitchell was on the stand for 4 hours.
Oh, good night, nurse.
Yeah, so I'm going to play this in 1.5 or 1.25 because, I mean, they've been talking really slow. Is that a Minnesota thing?
No, usually Midwest. In fact, that's why I can't do a lot of Southern trials on regular speed. I have to bump them up because I'm like, "What is taking"
Oh, yeah. We have to. We have. We'll see. We will see. We will see. So she something came to mind, and I think I told you that Nicole's aunt, who was on the stand when we covered this last time, she said, well, she got lost on the way here at one time. Okay, out of the dozen times she drove there, she got lost. Okay, and they didn't determine, okay, was there any road work at the time in that area? And I looked
Yeah.
it up. 2022, 2023 road work, Detroit Flats, Rivers, whatever the town is called. And apparently there's been major road work in that area for years.
Well, yeah, and again, even if we steel man this and say,
Yeah.
yeah, she was showing decline, there is that 1-year period after a major
Mm,
life event
mm,
happens, either good or bad, that your brain chemistry is off.
yeah. And I noticed that, well, yeah, she got lost, and you were so worried and so worried, but they still had her drive there
Yeah, if
because
she was getting
they couldn't get their fat asses or skinny asses and go visit her.
Yeah, that's the other thing that I'm noticing. They didn't say, "Hey, I'm gonna start going with you to your doctor's appointment. You've got a lot on your mind."
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't presented as though they had made sort of these kind of kinder overtures first. It was like, "Oh my god, you lost your way. You're going in home."
Yeah. Uh, so I'm going to expect major gaslighting from Nicole Mitchell. And
Yeah,
also,
I'm gonna expect 3 hours of direct gaslighting, and then the
yeah,
state's gonna come in, "Were you wearing all black? Did you purposely park far away so no one would
is
notice
that
you?"
you on this body cam in full uh, Donald Duck Bear Gang regalia? Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Did you say this on the? Because also, I mean, I thought the state were going to go, yeah, you're gaslight. I mean, at least a few questions. No, focusing solely on this is what she said. This is what she did. So ignore they are ignoring the fluff. Now, I don't know if they are going to do the same to Nicole. But I must say, it's a good tactic from
I
the
think
state.
it's really good, and usually it's funny when you see because you can tell who has a strong case and who doesn't by
Yeah,
who's bringing all this fluff,
yeah,
and you can tell when the fluff is fluff because
mm,
I know there's probably gonna be someone I'm diving back into the Delphi thing, so I know there's gonna be some guilters that are like, "You're gonna say no fluff, so what about the third party?" If you can bring evidence, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. So if the defense was able to bring in all these doctors that she talked to, that
yeah,
she had a cognitive decline, that she had an adult healthcare person come
mm,
over and evaluate and said, "Hey, maybe they're not ready for, full on memory care, but they need some
mm,
assistance. I see
mm,
some worries."
yeah.
She didn't bring any of that.
No, nothing. Just relatives. And hi, Anima Rampere over at Rumble. I can't bring it up like this because StreamYard, I don't know how to do it. I seen other people do it. They told me what to do. I did what they did. It's not working. So I'm guessing it's me. Uh, said, quote, I'm so worried. I'm going to do absolutely nothing to help make sure you're okay and intact. I'm going to make sure you look as bad as possible. Yeah, that's the family opinion, apparently. And regardless, 4:30 a.m. in full burglary attire, she scares her stepmother shitless by breaking in and crawling into her bedroom. Yeah, I'm having a hard time, Nicole, getting that to concern.
Yeah, that's the part that no one you have to have it's like a self-defense case. You
Mm,
have to have reasonableness because I think every one of us loves our grandma
mm,
and, we wouldn't want grandma to be home if she was unsafe.
mm.
So it's really dangerous as a defense to kind of prey on that really universal thing, but then
Yeah,
not have receipts.
exactly. And they are curating some extremely narrow text messages back and forth where they don't show context before or after. Extremely, and with the aunt, it was so extremely. And then the defense attorney asked, the wording was very interesting because they showed a screenshot, and he didn't ask, is the text altered in any way? He asked, is the screenshot altered in any way? And I was like, huh? That's a
Yeah.
really weirdly worded question.
It's also an incredibly ill-conceived notion. What is the basis of every American? You don't tell us what to do. Freedom is
Mm,
sacrosanct. And they are
mm,
trying to use that caring nanny state authority
mm.
that, we just care so much, we're going to take your freedom away.
Yeah.
And that's going to put people's back up. So if you are going to play the caring, loving daughter who is doing this reluctantly, then you better appear to be reluctant. The
Mm,
timing of them, going in and ambushing her and getting all the paperwork
mm.
was the day of or after the funeral.
Yeah.
That's not what you do.
No, you go day after funeral, you call beforehand, you say, hey, or text or email, hey, we're just stopping by to check on you. Do you want to go through the paperwork now, or do you want to hold on for it for a week before we start doing the practical stuff here? And also, why did they wait until the day after the funeral to get the paperwork in order? I mean, there was time in between. I
Well,
mean, you
that kind
plan
of
a
indicates
funeral.
Well, it kind of indicates to me that the stepmom was functioning quite fine, that she was
Yeah,
able to get the funeral together. It
yeah,
it it now, if they had said grandma left or, stepmom left dad at the funeral home, like, never planned anything, but it
yeah,
sounded like there was a funeral. It sounds like
yeah,
it was planned and everything happened.
yeah.
So
That's actually really interesting because none of the defense witnesses has said we had to plan everything after brother dad died. None of them. Well,
no,
we'll see if Nicole says it, but none of them so far. So yeah, she seemed to
and
have
there's a
been
lot
cognitive enough.
There's a lot to do. You have to get a death certificate. Most banks, if you have a joint account, I mean, every
Yeah,
single organization wants their own certificate.
yeah,
So there's a lot of logistical stuff that doesn't seem to have fallen by the wayside.
mm, yeah. So, but we will have to see
Why
what
is she
she
dressed for
says
Little House on the Prairie?
because she wants to look innocent. This is a lawmaker.
I know. I'm just of all the defendants, only Corey Richins could halfway with
Mhm,
believability
mm,
pull off the kind of dainty look. If you
yeah,
didn't know all of the information about Corey, she really did look rather innocent, and it was if you didn't know all the
mm,
background, like, "What did this woman do? She looks,
yeah.
pretty normal."
And the defense have been, I mean, all out. Oh, she is military. She is a go-getter. She is, and then all of a sudden here she is on the stand. Oh, oh no. Portray. I mean, the image is, I don't know what I'm doing.
It's a very confused. If they wanna talk about her being a go-getter, there are softer business suits that you can wear. You can look professional, not like you're churning butter and, you
Yeah.
know, the school marm of K through, college.
Okay. Chat is up and running and prepared for this. Oh, all right. We have a bunch. I'm going to start at 1.25 just as and we'll see if we have to slow it down because this is 4 hours. Jesus.
Before I begin, I'm going to give the same statement I gave to the first witness. Please be careful with the microphone and do your best to use first and last names, and I will do the same.
Okay.
Ms. Mitchell, will you please state your full name for the record?
Nicole Lynn Mitchell,
What is your date of birth?
October 10th of 1974,
Making you how old?
50.
Before we talk about this case, I'd like to briefly talk about your life and your background. Where do you live?
Woodbury, Minnesota,
And for those who may not know, is that a suburb of Minneapolis, St. Paul?
just east of St. Paul.
Who are the members of your household?
Myself, and I have two sons, both age 8, Sam and Liam.
Yeah, she is. What was it?
She's
Farmer and something Democrat. So yeah, democratic socialist.
Yeah, I knew it was. I didn't want to mislabel because I know people are very
Mm.
particular about their political beliefs, but I knew she was in a workers' party or kind of a workers' union-y type
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, we have those over here. I mean, most of them over here is that, but generally she's left of the Democrats. She's left of Bernie Sanders.
I know, but she's dressing like she lives in the town from Footloose. It doesn't make sense.
Oh.
She's like anarchy, but no dancing.
Are they twins?
Yeah.
No, Sam is my biological son, and Liam first came to me respite foster care when he was a little over 3.5, permanently when he was 4, and then I adopted him 2 years later. They're a month apart.
I'm gonna have you move the mic up a little bit and get it back a little bit just so we avoid. Perfect. Okay. It'll pick you up. Are you a single parent?
I am.
You mentioned Liam started out as a foster child. Have you fostered any other children?
Yes, predominantly respite care. So either regular kids that would come 1 weekend a month, usually children with disabilities, or emergency placements. And then I had one other full-time foster placement, a baby that I had for 2 years, that left my family in 2023, but I still get to see him sometimes.
I think we're going to be talking for a while, so I'm going to encourage you one more time. I know, but if you can just stay back a little bit.
Back. Okay.
Yep, it'll pick you up. Look how far back I am. It'll definitely pick you up.
Yeah, you don't need to hawk to it.
What do you do for work?
Okay.
But currently I'm a state senator.
How long have you been in the Minnesota Senate?
2.5 years.
Can you tell us briefly about your prior employment?
Yes. So most of my career has been meteorologist, weather. I joined the National Guard when I was 17, and about half of that career as a hurricane hunter. And most recently, since 2019 until this past November, I had been a commander, also still weather, in the National Guard. I retired because I was eligible, but also because of this case. And
Yeah, you retired because you were eligible. Sure.
Those bangs must be recent because those are typically not in uniform.
Yeah. Yeah, she said past November, which means November 2024, when whispers started, because her narrative between the incident up until trial, that was all that was spoken about in press and stuff like that. But then some motions apparently started to reach the public, and and then the National Guard probably said, yeah, you're eligible for retirement, so we don't have to kick your ass out. Yeah, I'm retiring.
Yeah, typically you would have to inform your commander if you had any sort of law enforcement involvement. And my guess is she probably tried to spin it. The commander saw the body cam footage and he's like,
Yeah.
what in the hell?
And civilian meteorologist, usually for TV, radio, things like that.
Do you also have a law degree?
I do.
Can you tell me a little bit about your legal career?
I wouldn't use the word career. It was just something that interested me at the time. I was doing a lot of children's advocacy and thought it would be nice to have. So I never really practiced other than a very brief volunteer stint. I'm so sorry.
In your law studies, Miss Mitchell, did they ever come across burglary cases?
That's what makes this over the top hilarious. This is Waiting for Godot levels of absurdity, because it would have been funny if she was just a senator who made our laws. But this heifer actually went to both meteorological, studies and law studies, and then still thought, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do a stealth elder care visit. Also, ma'am, away from the mic. I know that you're probably not used to this technology since you got out of those videos, but the new mics are really good.
Yeah.
Until this case, had you had any experience with the criminal law?
No, in law school, I always joke that it was, I took the touchy-feelies. So like family law, domestic violence, juvenile justice, things that I cared about.
Think about criminal law?
Like one basic criminal.
So within domestic violence, you never encountered someone breaking and entering?
She took one basic criminal law and they didn't cover burglary. Apparently, that was the
Oh.
201 class. Had she gotten out of intro, she would have gotten into burglary 101.
Oh.
Case we had to, or class that we were required to take. So I took that maybe 20 years ago. And then the Senate is the same way. We tend to kind of work in our areas that we have more experience in. So I do a lot of work for children's issues and veterans issues.
How long have you known your stepmother, Carol Mitchell?
They started dating when I was 4 and got married when I was 8. So 46 years.
Growing up, did you live with Carol and Rod Mitchell or with your mother?
There was a brief stint where my mom was in the military and Dad technically had me, although I was mostly at my grandma's for school and stuff. But otherwise, it was always with my mom. And then Dad and Carol were more like summers and holidays, things like that.
So you had the option of dad and stepmother, and you chose grandma, I presume, on your mother's side.
There might have been, and depending on how soon it was into their marriage, maybe the mom didn't feel comfortable. I don't know. I can say people can be butt monkeys
Yeah.
about custody. So maybe the mom was like, look, I know you technically have custody, but I want her to stay at grandma's.
Yeah. We don't know, but I assume if that was the case, they would have told us, oh, she rejected her. Only recent 20 years they had a reasonable. They would have, if it was that bad, they would have said, unless pre-trial motions and stuff.
Well, the part that's getting me is the defense is trying to spin up natural parental, correction or critique as untold mental suffering by this woman. I'm sorry if you were told no when you screwed up. It doesn't feel great, but your parents' job is to do that. It's not that she thinks you're a total screw up. No, you screwed up in that instance, and someone has to tell you because, the real world will, and then you'll end up in a place like this.
Being ridiculed for all the good reasons.
Did Carol Mitchell ever legally adopt you?
No.
It's an issue in this case that Carol Mitchell has been diagnosed with Alzheimer's.
Wait, what was that for? She stayed at her mother's. Why would Carol legally adopt her?
Yeah, I would doubt that the biological mother would be okay with that because essentially that would erase her. I mean, my husband adopted my 2 girls for my first marriage, but we were able to have a custom birth certificate where their biological father was still listed.
Yeah. She's a politician. Yeah.
And some witnesses have already told the jury that their relationship with Carol have been affected by her Alzheimer's. Has that been your experience as well?
Absolutely.
I know it's hard to condense a long family relationship into somewhat of a short summary, but how would you summarize your relationship with Carol Mitchell pre-Alzheimer's?
I mean, she was one of my parents. And, my mom, especially when I was younger, was a single mom and working and dating. And like I eventually did, she had joined the Guard to help herself go back to school. So it was, and I always remember Carol being in my life and as a mother figure. And so it was nice to have another mother figure.
What about childhood memories that you have with Carol Mitchell and Rod Mitchell? Can you talk about some of those?
Yeah. My mom hates camping and they like it. So, I'd get to do things that I wouldn't do. It was here in DL. So trips to the beach, Sorbas, a few trips like to the Black Hills, just, I don't know, normal family stuff.
You mentioned that Carol was like a second mother. What was your favorite things about Carol?
She loves animals. She will tell you all day long about her cats. And I think not to that extent. I mean, she won't even kill a spider. But I think I got my respect for animals in part because of that. She's very artistic, which is not how my brain works at all. So I was always kind of impressed by some of the things that she could come up with and do. She was very much her own person. Like, she didn't really care what other people thought, which I kind of respect. Like, if it was what she believed.
So that a core characteristic of your stepmother is that she's independent, willful, and doesn't like to be told what to do. So you decided to pass all of that and sneak into her house? I mean, it's an
Yeah.
interesting strategy.
I don't think this makes it better for her.
No, because if I'm a juror and I might not be normal, I am sitting here, "Why are you wasting my time? Can we please get to the break-in?" I don't wanna hear about how you did macaroni crafts with her and then ate the Kraft macaroni. I just want to get to the daggone point.
Oh,
In or she wanted, like, she was kind of, I don't know, fearless in that way.
Did things change between you and your family and Carol Mitchell when your son Liam joined the family in about 2011?
Yeah. Carol was pretty meticulous and was always kind of just so. And so kids in her space was always, you know, and Liam came from a background with trauma, and he'd already, before he came to me full time, he'd already been bounced to another foster home, and he's the sweetest kid, but he could get pretty emotional sometimes, even more than at the time a normal 4-year-old. And we didn't have the diagnosis yet, but he does have some trauma-related diagnosis, anxiety, ADHD, and autism. So when he gets excited, sometimes he'll, flap a little, or it's called stamine, where he wants to rub against things, and it unsettled her. So
yeah.
I don't
Uh,
like this. Again, you are dealing with a woman who just lost her husband. If there is a child, or again,
mm,
you're dealing with a woman who, at the time that she was young, most children with these issues were segregated. This is not
yeah.
something where integration, and
Mm,
I have an autistic nephew.
yeah.
Some of his behaviors when I wasn't acquainted, when I didn't know them, they could look like I was aggression
Mm,
or upset, and no one wants to upset anyone. So until you learn those cues and what happens, it can be kind of unsettling for
mm,
everyone.
yeah. And I mean, my point here is, so you have a special needs person in your household, and you're basically risking abandoning that child for what?
Well, also, it contradicts her other point that she was gonna have, her stepmom go live with her. If her
Yeah,
son makes her unsettled, why
yeah,
would she wanna go live with you? Of course, she's gonna turn you down, and that might not be she probably loves this grandchild,
yeah.
but again, it's a whole new way to interact with someone. It takes
Mm,
just as much work as,
mm,
for the person with autism as it does for the person trying to connect with them.
mm.
And
And it's not the kid's fault or
no.
Carol's fault, but Carol, as her Alzheimer's progresses, she needs more and more stability. Nicole here can't provide it.
Yeah, and it was worded in a way, it just seems like another way to make Carol look terrible. Not
Yeah,
only does she have dementia, but she's really not very nice to people with special needs.
yeah. And well, I'm in the generation where I was in my 20s, I'm in almost 30s before this, and we call it by other names. Uh, uh, we call it DAMP,
Oh.
DAMP. I don't know the
Oh,
acronym, but we don't use it anymore because it sounds terrible about special needs children. But before the generation before me, we didn't know. And we
yeah.
learned about it. And my generation learned about things and went, oh, that explains a lot.
Yeah, and there is a tendency to think that this is year 0.
Yeah.
It wasn't because we were a hateful, terrible society. We didn't know how to we didn't have, the
Mm,
study and understanding.
mm,
Should we have farmed children out to facilities? Absolutely not.
mm,
But that was the norm. That was cutting edge technology for then.
mm.
So the integration of children with special needs with knowing someone with autism is fairly new. And
Yeah.
it might be, a harder thing to deal with when you're also older and you're dealing with your own mental
Yeah.
issues.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
We've been staying at the house a fair amount since Sam was born. In general, but in 2019, so a couple years before that, I'd gotten a job where I could work remotely. So then we'd stay more, and she'd even made Sam his own like really cute room in the house.
Yeah.
And when Liam joined, she pretty much said we were still invited, but he couldn't stay at the house. And
I don't think that happened as when he was born, and when Liam joined immediately. I think that it was a number of attempts, and as she said, he liked to rub against things. Okay, so things fell over.
Yeah, and there are certain places I don't take my young feral boys, not because I
Yeah.
don't love them, but great granny has all those Hummel dolls, and I don't feel
Mm.
like,
Yeah.
having a near heart attack.
And again, not the kid's fault, not Carol's fault. It's circumstances. And I don't think
Yeah.
that Carol expressed it that harsh. I
Well,
bet
no.
I could bet money they tried, and then she said, this isn't working.
Well, and if he has a lot of trauma-related behaviors and things like that, then new places, he is going to test people
Yeah.
because a lot of children who have come out of the system think that
Mm.
they're not worth loving, and they wanna
Mm.
prove that it's kind of that self-fulfilling prophecy. So
Mm.
he might have been testing, and if Carol didn't know what that was all about, it just does look like acting out behavior. It does look like, he
Mm.
purposely isn't listening, and that can be really hard to interpret.
Mm. Yeah.
I couldn't do that. So we had to quit staying. I started staying at Nancy's when I'd come to visit instead.
And I might have misspoken my question. What year did Liam come into your family? I said 2011.
I didn't catch it. He full time. He came in 2021. I'm sorry. So sorry.
Okay, thank you.
So he came into your life just as they claim they saw Alzheimer's. And now they are, we weren't allowed to stay. Well, you said you're claiming it yourselves.
Well,
She
but
had-
it's
Oh,
also which disability wins. This is the really hard part
yeah.
that I think in wanting to be a really zealous advocate as a mom, she fails to realize that Carol is now dealing with a mental decline that requires stability, sameness, schedule,
yeah.
all the sort of rigid things that her son
Mm.
with autism maybe also really finds comfort in.
Mm.
And if she had just maybe said, "You know what? Step back."
Yeah. And she's using Liam as a weapon in this trial.
Yeah, and that's the part that I really don't like.
Yeah. To save her job as a senator. To if you're new here to this, burglary, the charge is a felony. If she's convicted, it's an impeachable offense in the state Senate. Had it been a misdemeanor, as in trespassing or something of the sort, that is not an impeachable offense. Had they charged her with trespass, she would have pled guilty. But she has to fight it since it's a felony. So for me, this tells me she's putting her cozy state senator job before the well-being of her family, including Carol and relatives.
Yeah, and this is the kind of airing of dirty laundry that you might
Yeah.
keep within the family, but if she ever wanted to have, and I think it's pretty well defeated now, but say there was ever any opportunity to reunite, reconcile,
Yeah.
there's always going to be that hurt, because not only did Carol get publicly shamed, but she got publicly shamed for basically being a bigot toward her grandson. I mean,
Yeah.
that kind of social assassination of her character is not something that she's going to forgive.
Mm. Heidegger, she was trying to take memorabilia, and at the time she said something about father's ashes, but that was his ashes was put to rest long before this burglary. I
Yeah.
found out during this trial. So the ashes thing was just something she made up when she was caught. So
And she's a
she was,
lawyer.
yeah, and she was caught in her stepmother's bedroom, aiming for her bedside table, allegedly where her dad kept his gun.
Yeah, so she is lucky that she is only charged with burglary. Now, I
Yeah.
do think that there were some evidence issues that might be why the state decided to charge with burglary, because I think it was an attempted assault. I really think she went in there. She was in her bedroom. She wasn't going around the basement, packing up a box. She
No.
went directly to that woman's bedroom.
Yeah, and this flannel shirt, they claim she was there also, that was mentioned. Yeah, it was on a coat hanger in the basement. If she wanted that memorabilia, she could have gone in, took it, went out. But she was also caught with stepmother's laptop
Yeah,
in a
so
burglary. And I say she was there to put it back because grandma had outspokenly to family and friends said, I can't find the laptop. Where is it? I could bet money they were gaslighting stepmother into believing she was worse than she actually was by taking the laptop back to the house. Oh, there it is. You
yeah, and
found it.
it undercuts the whole "she was demented and I so care about you," because what it could be more cruel than someone who already feels like their mind is turning against them to have people maliciously, enhancing that.
Yeah, but it's stepmother's fault for waking up as she was burglarizing the home. Don't you know
Yeah,
that?
that was an interesting tactic. But,
Yeah.
you didn't she stepped on you.
Yeah. It's so surreal. But I mean,
It is.
she has nothing to lose by going to trial. Well, except her dignity.
I
But
was gonna say
she's
credibility and dignity, but she's a politician.
yeah, she's desperately trying to save her cozy job as a state senator. That's it.
When did you first notice signs of Alzheimer's in Carol Mitchell?
I'm pretty sure it was 2020.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Wait a minute here. You got Liam 2021, and you claimed you discovered Alzheimer's the year before, and you decided to take this innocent child with a lot of issues to her.
Also,
This
ma'am,
doesn't. Nah.
yeah, someone with forgetfulness and could remember the year that she started showing dementia. I
Yeah.
wouldn't be throwing memory stones over
No.
here.
No. And I'm quite sure she's lying.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, about the 2020. Yeah.
Because I think it was summer, and obviously by 2021 we'd quit staying at the house. So it'd been one of the visits where we were staying, and Dad was going to the grocery store. He asked all of us if we needed anything from the grocery store, and then left. And a few minutes later, Carol was just looking around really confused. And, I was like, are you missing something? Do you need something? I just checked in to see what it was. And she was like, oh, I was just looking for your dad. Have you seen him anywhere? And I said, yeah, he went to the grocery store. And she's like, I don't think so. And she literally didn't remember the conversation, that he'd asked us all what we wanted. It just wasn't there.
And what is your evidence of this?
Also, We have 8 people. Sometimes I tell, 1 or 2, and I'm like, "Hey, pass it on. I'm going somewhere. If you need something, text."
Yeah.
So Mr. Mo will call me. Did you leave? I was like, I told youngest most feral to like a carrier pigeon to tell you. And he's like, well,
Yeah.
he didn't.
Yeah. Yeah. There is a thing called zoning out. Oh, here's everybody. I'm just going to smile, nod, and make a hat out of straws.
Yeah.
And yeah.
They were married for 40 years. Mr. Mo can be talking at my face and I can be not.
Yeah.
Did you talk to your dad about this incident?
Disattend quite well
when
to
he
your
got
husband.
home, it was just a quick trip. When he got back, I pulled him aside and
Where's your
mentioned it
evidence
to
of
him.
this? Because your dad
And
is dead.
he was kind of one of those stoic guys that, didn't burden you with his problems usually. And sometimes he couldn't get them to talk about things. And he just said, oh, I got it. Don't worry about it.
Do you know when Carol Mitchell was formally diagnosed with Alzheimer's?
It was sometime, I'm pretty sure, in 2021.
Was that before or after you looked into her medical records?
Because they haven't shown medical records when she was diagnosed.
And the state might have stipulated to that to not put more of Carol's medical history up.
Yeah. And even if she took the stand herself on day 2, I think. Now, we weren't shown it because the court said, nah, don't. No record of it. So, had she been as severely riddled by Alzheimer's as they claim way back when, well, she's still lucid enough to be allowed to testify in a court of law. She was still lucid enough in 2023 to write her own will.
And she paid.
You don't get to do that if you're out of it.
Well, she also picked her own power of attorney. I mean, they wouldn't let you pick a power of attorney for yourself if you weren't cognizant.
Yeah. And again, at no point in time did anybody phone in for a wellness check. At no point in time was there contact with a social worker. We are worried. At no point in time did this woman call Carol's neighbors, friends, or family to have them check on her. None whatsoever. To my knowledge, they will be showing very, very curated and narrated text messages. But yeah. But at the end, it doesn't matter. She broke in. She's on body cam saying, I did something bad. I went in there for memorabilia and ashes and stuff like that. Yeah, that is the textbook definition of burglary, even though you didn't actually take something because you were caught. You were
caught mid-burgle.
Yeah, you were caught mid-burglar. So, yeah.
I believe the testing started in 2021, and then I think the diagnosis came in 2022.
So the diagnosis came in 2022 because they might have seen some. This is how I believe it works, at least because I've had friends and family members also being riddled with dementia. You start with, okay, let's have this initial test. And then you're given stuff to do to enhance your memory. Because it might be bad habits. They have to go through history, family history. They have to go through a lot of things. So no. And if the testing began in 2021 and continued up until 2022 is because they weren't sure. Because it wasn't, whatever happened, it wasn't severe enough. And then in 2022, if this is correct, okay, when in 2022? I mean,
Yeah.
January or December 2022, all of a sudden, she's just been diagnosed with early onset, been giving all of these, and boom, 3 months later, her husband dies. Fuck yeah, she's going to be distraught.
Yeah, and that's where they are trying to protect themselves by kind of fiddling with the timeline, saying,
Mm.
"Well, I noticed things in 2020, I told my dad," and then she started getting testing. So they are trying to lay that framework, but
Mm.
they don't you can't take the dad or what she says the dad says as
Mm.
anything, and I don't think any juror would who critically thinks.
Yeah. Inspector guy, why isn't dad wise enough to set second wife up with lifetime tenancy and not in any will? It was, he was 72 or 73, and it was unexpected. He was in good health, apparently, and just dropped dead. He might have had high blood pressure, but other than that, But
And
yeah,
and
I
there are
agree. Generally, if once you pass 50, write a fucking will.
Yeah, I mean, we were lucky that when our family members passed, they had already
Mm.
put things together, but there are some people that just the thought is utterly morbid to them. I wish there was a way they could get that out of their head because it does lead to things like this.
Mm. Yeah, and none of this matters, because this is just a narrative. Yeah, I broke in out of concern, except at no point in time did you actually express that on body cam or initial interview. Did
Yeah,
she express, yeah, I went there out of concern of my stepmother?
and her first concern or behavioral note was she's paranoid. She's paranoid, not she has dementia. She has dementia. Please be careful with her, because if she was really worried that she had dementia, there are all these unknown people in the house. This is, people coming into her space. If she was really, having problems with her memory, this could be quite frightening. You would be yelling at the police, "Hey, hey, she
Yeah.
doesn't look it. She's got dementia. She might be frightened."
Yeah, and she was lucid and everything during the entire interaction with the police officers. So early onset dementia doesn't mean you instantly become a vegetable. That means that you, on occasion, is confused. You're easily startled and stuff like that. And these fuckers did their best to enhance it by being a bunch of thundercunts to her, to Carol. By going there the day after the funeral and grab paperwork and say, we're going to take care of this, and just leave with the paperwork. And then a year later, burglarizing her home. I mean, that should be an enhancement to the
Yeah.
burglary. Scaring a known victim of Alzheimer's.
I'm surprised there wasn't the elderly enhancement. I know that
Yeah.
Indiana's quite big on doing so is Florida.
Yeah. Yeah, she broke in because someone not related to her has control of the family things. Yeah, but here's the thing. Carol and Ted was married for over 40 years. She is 50. He died when she was 48. So they were married for 40 years, more or less on the dot. They dated for 4 years before they got married. It's her stuff.
Yeah.
It's Carol's stuff. Yeah, it used to be Dad's and Carol's stuff. Now it's Carol's stuff.
And the sad thing is, hey, you might have to swallow some things about Carol you don't like in order
Yeah.
to get some of your dad's stuff. I know you would like the court to just give it to you, but you might have to be a human being. You might have to
Yeah.
be respectful of someone else's grief,
Yeah.
And then when Carol's done,
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
But she lost her other half. If she wants to keep every damn flannel for a year
Yeah.
or 3 or the rest of her life, that's her
Yeah.
prerogative.
And if she wants to donate stuff because there's too much stuff, and if she wants to donate stuff, and it happens to be something she thinks is memorabilia, well, how about treating her nicely?
Yeah, because Carol seems like, I mean, the way she was talking in the body cam, she seemed, easygoing. She
Yeah,
didn't seem like a fussy human being that if
no.
you just asked her, say, "Hey," now she might not give you everything you want, but she seems reasonable.
Mm. First wife divorce. Um, don't know. I don't remember why they divorced. If it, I
I think that they just weren't a good couple,
yeah,
or we'll probably get into it. It looks like we're gonna
mm,
go over her life story.
yeah.
What kind of things did you begin to notice after you learned of Carol Mitchell's formal diagnosis?
Well, I guess I don't remember which, some of it was before the formal
Sure.
diagnosis. So 2021 was a busy year because Liam joined the family in April, and then they were still coming to visit me or us at my house because we all did a lot of visits back and forth. And then I'm not sure how they all talked me into it. We also had three foster dogs that year, and then I took on a foster baby in August. So I don't think I was paying as much attention as I probably should have been. But the things I
Then how
noticed
do we take your
were
observations for
Carol
work?
was usually the driver,
Yeah.
and Dad was driving a little bit more. She had been staying at the house too when they. She came along when they came to visit, and by the end of the year, she was convinced one of her cats couldn't be left overnight, and so she.
No, I bet that was the excuse she made, because in your household was a person who couldn't help it, innocent, but the Liam kid with autism, ADHD, and everything. So the cat thing is probably an excuse to not join because she couldn't handle the stress.
Yeah, and if she was starting testing, again,
Yeah,
it is not easy to deal with your mind being different than it's always been.
yeah.
That extra stimulus, it's not Liam's fault, it's not her fault. It's just
No,
the situation that it is. Those
yeah,
2 weren't good to be together,
yeah.
you know, without setting each other off.
Mm.
She quit coming on the visits. Those are the two. Well, just in general, a little shorter, I guess.
Was there a specific incident when your dad visited you in Woodbury without Carol Mitchell?
So just in general, so even when she quit visiting because of the cats, he was still coming to visit, typically about once a month. And sometimes it was never like a week or something, but sometimes it would be 3 days or, he did start, he would always check in and call and stuff and visit with her when he was at my house, but it felt like he was a little more like, I got to check in, things like that. And he got more consistent that the visits could only be like 2 days. Like he didn't want to be gone for more than 2 days. And if it started getting, he just seemed more anxious to get home.
Can you recall a specific incident where he was anxious to get home?
The one I remember the most is, so in early 2023, he'd come in actually for it was my swearing in. And so he was coming in for 2 days for that. I think just before that, there'd been a woman that had gotten lost in Detroit Lakes with dementia, like a pretty serious case where they almost didn't find the person in time. We talked about it, and because it had made statewide news. And that visit in particular, the one right after we'd had all that conversation, I'd asked him if he could just like stay the next day because my babysitter wasn't available until I got home from work, and then go home. And there ended up being a bad snowstorm, and so I got home a little late, and I was like, Dad, it's too bad to drive. And he was like, no, I got to get home. And he literally, I don't think it was technically a blizzard, but it was awful. And he left at like 8:00 at night to drive back to Detroit Lakes.
Did he make it?
He did not. He had to turn around after 15 or 20 minutes. And then he left immediately the next morning.
What did you take from this incident?
My dad was a pretty laid back guy. And he didn't at least like to show his family he was worrying. And so, you know, if dad was worried and was showing it, it was usually a sign it was pretty bad.
And this is the woman you decided to burglarize.
Yeah, here's the thing. Here's the problem with using this as a defense. You again, steel manning, you purposely went into a woman who's confused. You parked away from her house so she wouldn't know you were there. You dressed in all black so she wouldn't notice you. And, you know, in her house where she thinks she's safe, you decided to enter and break all of that to protect her. Do you understand how crazy that sounds?
Yeah. This defense makes her, in my mind, look more and more worse, bad for each sentence she says. If I were on that jury,
Yeah.
I hope I could contain myself, but if the option was there, can we convict her of more?
Yeah, because now you've got to think, here's jurors who are hearing this story. And what if you're a husband? Yes, I want to protect my wife. I died thinking that my daughter would protect my wife, and this is what she did to my wife. I mean, someone's got to be thinking that.
Yeah. I'm just going to remind. Let's see, where is it? This is what she looked like when they caught her. All black.
Yeah, so again, you're going into a house with a woman who has been diagnosed with at least early stages dementia, who is very particular because you said on stand that she's very particular. She likes things just so. You're invading her it's such a betrayal on so many levels because the
Yeah.
more you dig into this, the more awful she looks.
Yeah.
You can tell that her father loved this woman so much that he was willing to put himself in danger to go back to her.
Yeah.
And
But-
you've repaid that 40 years of love and care and protection with this kind of behavior.
Yeah. So yeah, she looks vastly different. But that in itself also, yeah, she dressed like a burglar, full burglar regalia, full black tights, black turtleneck, black gold cap, flashlight with a sock over it so it wouldn't, be as noticeable. Flashlight gloves. By the way, where's my flashlight gloves?
Yeah, weren't they supposed to be delivered soon?
Yeah, I was hoping. Let's see here. Where is it? Dun, dun, dun. Show track package. Oh, it still says only it has been. No, it doesn't show they have sent it.
They're having to shave down the MAC lights.
Yeah, but I remember looking at it last time, and it was temporary, not in stock. So, yeah, I don't need it anymore. So I will.
I can't believe there must have been a rush on them after we let the world know about them.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't need, not acutely anymore, but yeah, it would be fun to have it on the last day. But here we are.
Do you have any other relatives with Alzheimer's?
Yes. My grandfather had it pretty seriously, and my mom now also is starting to have, it hasn't been diagnosed as full Alzheimer's yet, but dementia.
So your mother is still alive. Okay. The person you chose to live with as a child. Well, she was granted custody with visitations to dad. And even when she went off to the military, yeah, let's go to grandma instead. And
Mom, I hope you're paying attention and you have a will, because if she's gonna do this to stepmom, I have no idea what kind of crazy ass stuff she's gonna do to you.
yeah. Yeah, but also it shows that her choices in her life has always been on her mother's side. So what right does she actually have to dad's stuff? I mean, yeah, I understand memorabilia, but you actively chose your mother's side over your dad your entire life. I would say your right to his stuff is extremely limited. And what remains after Carol passes away, yeah, have at it. Up until then, I don't see that you can ask for it. Really, really nicely.
Yeah, JKD Buck, his ashes apparently were already interred. So
Yeah.
either in the family mausoleum or somewhere not in the house.
Yeah, and this was months before the break-in. So her explanation about the ashes, yeah, no, bullshit. It might have been, well, I don't really care, because
They
she
do
broke
have
in.
they do have little containers. There have been, they're very ornate and nice, that if someone does want to keep a little bit of the ashes before they're interned, you can have those.
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about your grandfather's Alzheimer's that you remember?
Yeah, it was pretty sad.
Senator Mitchell, tell us about your grandfather's dementia. Did you decide that scaring him in the middle of the fucking night was a good idea then as well?
At this point, I would say she's not a medical expert in not autism. Sorry, I was thinking of the Tanner Horner trial. Alzheimer. Can we get a non-A illness for?
Yeah.
You know, are you an expert in Alzheimer's? No. I mean, I understand that she's telling it in an anecdotal way, but at this point, if I were the state, I'd be pissed off. You're not an expert. You said you did all of this out of your need for care, but you don't understand Alzheimer's.
Yeah. Yeah, and bringing up all these other things, well, were you being a thunder cunt to them as well? Why did you behave different around Carol's dementia than your other family members? Is it because you wanted something and wanted to make it worse?
I would ask if I were the state. So your grandfather with Alzheimer's, did your father dress up in his ghillie suit to snipe him his morning paper just to check on him?
Yeah.
As he deteriorated, he was getting lost a lot. He thought people were stealing electricity from his house. He kind of lost his best friend because he had a watch that he thought his friend had stolen. And even when you would show him the watch, he would immediately forget it and think this. And like, if you saw his friend, that was the first thing he'd do, is just be like, you stole my watch. And he forgot my grandmother by the end. And the hardest thing was that he couldn't go to the bathroom by himself even, because there were a couple times he'd gotten into his feces.
You mentioned that your biological mother is either in the early stages or does have Alzheimer's. Are you doing any caregiving for her?
Fortunately, she's got my stepdad there, and my sisters and I check in. I was doing a little bit more last.
In a ghillie suit?
Yeah, in a ghillie suit. Are you pre-planning to? So she knows how things are done. But that doesn't count towards Carol, who had friends and her side of the family taking care of things.
Yeah,
But
again, who appointed her Carol's overseer,
yeah,
like,
mm,
no. You
no,
wouldn't do this to your mother,
mm,
you didn't do this to your grandfather because you
yeah,
don't do this to people.
you don't do this to people you care about.
Yeah.
And yeah, and so Dad died in April 2023, unexpectedly. Then Carol told them to fuck off in November of 2023 because stuff disappeared. Now they had very, very curated messages about, well, it should be there, and then allegedly okay, I found it, and stuff like that. But I get with this now, her burglary, I get the notion that maybe they made shit on purpose because they wanted Dad's stuff. They
It's
wanted the
also just
house. Yeah,
it's all about how she feels.
yeah,
Carol's grief, Carol's mental health, none of that matters. Carol is being evil, she's being vindictive, she's being
mm,
conspiratorial. None of her, any of her behaviors are given a good light, but you should definitely look at Nicole's behavior in the best light possible because she's caring.
yeah,
Summer, not so much because of the Alzheimer's, but she's also having some medical problems. So she had a knee surgery, and then during rehab, she fell and broke her back. So there were a couple times my stepdad got overwhelmed, and I'd have to call in, or he'd call me, and I'd have to rush over to help him.
How about Carol Mitchell? To your knowledge, does she have any relatives with Alzheimer's?
Yes, one of her parents had Alzheimer's. Her oldest sister, Gigi, who's in her late 80s, and she has it to the point that Carol had told me in June of 2023 that her son lives with her, and she doesn't remember her son. I think she told Carol on the phone, there's just this nice young man that lives in my house. And then her brother Lee had it, I think, pretty seriously, and was in a nursing home and passed during COVID.
so they managed to do stuff properly. Even there's a person in this person's household. Oh, he's nice. He comes and visits and lives here and stuff like that. So he's not a threat. She doesn't perceive him as a threat. So you know this, and you decide to commit burglary in the middle of the night. See the discrepancy? She knows what not to do or what to do, and she chose to do the opposite. That's not taking care.
No.
This is getting worse and
It-
worse.
Yeah, she just comes off as self-righteous, unempathetic.
Mm,
She very
yeah,
much wants you to know that she feels all the good things and she supports all the good caring things. And
yeah.
Carol Mitchell has a son named Jonathan Keel. What is your relationship like with him?
I didn't know him that well. It was friendly when we would see each other.
How often did you see each other, to the best of your recollection?
Well, they reunited in 2003, but I was living out of state for work and didn't move back to state until 2016. So we would have met in probably, I would say sometime in the first half of 2017, because we all went out to dinner together, and I brought Sam with, and I remember them bringing a little baby gift for Sam.
Did you ever talk to Jonathan Keel about Carol Mitchell's Alzheimer's?
Yes. After Dad passed, and I was really concerned. One of the things that she had said was, besides grief and that she was depressed.
Objection, hearsay. Overruled.
How was that overruled?
yeah,
This is
how was
clear
that?
hearsay. She's saying something that somebody told her. That is textbook
Yeah,
definition of hearsay.
but then we're getting ready to go into another layer of hearsay about an expertise, what her son.
Yeah,
Also, she has a biological son who is now in her life. Maybe he wanted to take care of his mom.
yeah. Well, he took the stand and he lives quite a bit away, so he visits. So the primary, because her Alzheimer's is not so far progressed, but she has left the house. Now she has left the house for obvious reasons, and I bet she sold it as well. So I don't know where she lives at the moment because her testimony wasn't shown. But she did have her sister as a point of contact, and this friend who testified on day one, the niece, who or daughter, or so she has family taking care of her. It's annoying as hell.
Was that being in the house with all the reminders of dad was just really hard. And so I thought maybe getting her out of the house for a weekend would be a really good idea. And I had relatives coming down for Memorial Day on their own trip that they said they'd be willing to bring her with. And I thought just getting out of the house and maybe going out and doing other things and a change of scenery would be really beneficial. So I called Jonathan to say, maybe if I could get her to come down, we could all go out to dinner. She'd really like that. If there's anything you can do to help me kind of convince her to do that, I would appreciate it.
And did you text with Mr. Keel about this?
So I think we showed it yesterday. We talked about the Alzheimer's paranoia during that conversation, and if I recall the text correctly, it was kind of a follow-up to that, saying that he had tried to talk to her and what he was doing when she was getting paranoid.
Was there an incident related to Jonathan Keel and Carol Mitchell at your dad's funeral?
Yes. We were all pretty in shock. But there was a point where we were both there and she introduced us to each other. And of course, after we all met, I would say we all went out to dinner together.
Which the son says, no, I do not remember that at all. He already testified that. This incident, no. When he was introduced to her, no.
Well, and it's also kind of normal if he had just reunited with the family and they don't see each other often. It wouldn't be abnormal to say, hey, I don't know if you remember, but this is my son.
Yeah.
Kind of at least once, lunch or dinner, at least once a year. So by that point, we'd all met together several times. And
yeah, once a year for 5 years maybe. And here's the thing, absolutely disgraceful woman. Her husband just passed.
I was just concerned that, she was that out of it.
Historically, do you feel that Jonathan Keel knows Carol Mitchell as well as you?
I don't think so.
Why do you say that?
It's just different. She gave him up for adoption right before she turned 20, I think. And then they didn't reunite until he was in his 30s and she and dad were in their 50s. And there was definitely love and she was thankful for the reunion. But it's different when a kid's growing up with you and knows all the family stories and, all that history of.
Oh, what a cunt.
I think her mic went out there, Your Honor. I don't know if you got touched or not, but there we go.
I think we found the issue. Nick, can you pause? I think Carol wanted to be a mom to her son, and Miss Nicole didn't get all the attention. So Carol started showing attention, but I think we've gotten to the real reason.
Yeah. Somebody else were there, not her, not Nicole, not the grandkids. All of a sudden, Carol, knowing she might lose it completely within 5 or 10 years, she's reunited with the son that she gave away for adoption when she was 18, returns to her life.
Yeah, also, way to spread Carol's business everywhere. I mean, that was obviously not an easy thing to do. I can tell you, as a mom, it would have been the hardest thing I had to do if I were young and wanted my child to have a better life. But screw you.
Yeah. in order to save herself and her cozy government position, she's airing out family business like it's nothing.
And that's not her story. Again,
Yeah.
she gets to use everyone else's trauma. Her son Liam is autistic, so she gets to use that. She gets to
Yeah.
use the fact that she's grieving and the adoption stuff. It's not a good look. And I
No.
don't think that anyone would convince anyone, any good defense attorney would say this is a road we should even explore.
No.
Trouble with that microphone. We're going to work on that. I think you were talking about when the things that you learned about Carol Mitchell when you were growing up.
Oh, yes, thank you. So that just like history of having a parent your whole life versus someone even that you love very much that you've met in your 30s. And so, I can name every cat she's ever had. Right, she got divorced from her first husband, all the kind of family history, most of her medical stuff, even behind this, before the Alzheimer's, just history.
Did Carol Mitchell ever say anything to you that led you to believe that she agreed with your assessment?
It was just little things. Again, it wasn't a difference in love. It was just kind of like I was the kid who was expected to do the stuff, and Jonathan was in a different category where he just wasn't expected to be that person. So.
Oh, you asshole. This is envy. Pure, unadulterated envy.
Not to mention, that's what family is about. You don't keep score, because if you do, you end up bitter like this chick.
Yeah. And why? It's the story from the Bible, the returning child. Yeah, it might be difficult, but this is a child who returns. You should rejoice with Carol, not being an envious bitch.
Yeah, and he lives 3 hours away. So yeah, maybe your dad and Carol didn't call him for stuff that you were right near.
Yeah.
But you seem like the type that inserts yourself into stuff. So maybe they didn't want or need your help with medical stuff and you kept forcing yourself in there.
Yeah. And also, with him back in the picture, less inheritance.
Yeah, it's beginning to look a lot like sour grapes.
Yeah.
For example, October of 2023, I'd been in town for a business trip, and I kind of took her on with me, we went on basically a little road trip up to, I think the town's called Callaway. And on the way back, we passed the cemetery, and she said, that's the cemetery, that's where it is. There's going to be fees on it after I croak. You need to take care of that because it wouldn't be fair to ask Jonathan. And just kind of things like that.
Yeah. As manager of the remaining estate.
Not to mention, she's probably going to be buried next to your father. So think of it as your father's fee, you unrelenting cunt.
For the love of fuck. I mean, yeah, this is core of it. I don't get all of it.
Also, this is the messy, gritty part of family. I don't know if you just want the fun bits, but yeah, it's the doing the stuff that they ask and not being a butt monkey about it. It's, being there, taking them on trips and not expecting a reward. If you expect family to be a parade at the end of all the things you did for other people, you're going to be sorely mistaken and empty-handed.
She didn't kind of ever ask him to do like the stuff. I don't know how to explain that.
What about Pam Muxfeld, Carol Mitchell's niece?
Yeah, well, Jonathan returned into the picture. They phoned once a month. They met on the big occasions because they were learning to know each other. She gave him up for adoption. They just got to know each other again. That's a real hard thing to do. Imagine, hey, I gave you up for adoption. I need you to pay for stuff.
Yeah, that's again, there is that politeness thing. So she's
Yeah,
putting it in the worst light, like, well,
yeah,
Jonathan's my favorite special one, so he doesn't have to do anything. Whereas it's like, hey, I gave you what the reality is I gave you up for adoption. I would feel
mm,
incredibly awful asking you for anything.
mm. Oh,
You have
uh,
she has that relationship with you because you were there.
yeah,
It's
and
not
probably took it as well, because everybody who knows her has said she's a doer. She takes care of stuff.
on that note, I do have to leave. I am
Oh,
gonna go.
mm,
Hey, any award ceremony that means less that we have to pay for college, I am
yeah,
there with bells on.
yeah, yep, definitely, definitely.
Bye, you
Thank
guys.
you. Thank you for being here. See ya. Oh, oh, and Friday, I didn't see it before I ended the stream, but thank you to Granny Smith who bought 5 coffees. Thank you so much, Granny Smith. Thank you so much. That's really, really, really nice of you. Really, really nice. And I'm going to go down here now. And also, we found out last week that there will be oral arguments in the Rick Allen case, the Delphi case, in the appeals court, September 21st, which means even though I have said it will probably be a trip to Canada this year, I'm going to change that, because if I have the chance, because September is is when I have my vacation. I have to be there September 21st in Indianapolis. So the things you support this channel with will go towards that trip. Now, again, don't feel forced. Only if you can. It would be greatly appreciated. If you don't have the monetary means, go watch my videos. It will bring me some ad revenue. There's plenty of videos I'm sure you haven't seen yet, or you want to revisit. Especially the Delphi case. The playlist is long, and there's a lot to see. So if not monetary support, go watch the Delphi case playlist. All right, let's return to this trial. Thank you again, Granny Smith.
Power of attorney. She testified earlier in the trial. What's your relationship like with her?
So that was her side of the family. And when I was younger, we would occasionally spend some holidays there. Pam was a little bit older than me, so I would say 8 or 10 years. I actually knew her sister Lisa a little bit better, who was slightly younger. So Lisa had gone on some of the camping trips and stuff with us. So I just other than a couple holidays. And then there was a big falling out in the family, and mostly with Pam's mom T and Carol. So then they quit going to holidays.
Just try to use last name. It's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Pam Muxwell, D Muxwell, Carol Mitchell. Anyway, so then, do I have to say Rod Mitchell?
You can say your dad, I think.
So then Dad and Carol Mitchell quit going to holidays there, which meant I quit going to holidays there, and all the holidays were at the Mitchells after that. So then I hadn't ever seen them again until the funeral.
Did you talk to Pam Muxfeld sometime after your dad's funeral?
Yeah. So Carol was kind of cycling through people. I hadn't been able to be there right after the funeral because I was in a really busy time of work, and I felt really bad. And I was grateful. I communicated a lot with my aunts and Carol, and was grateful they were stepping up to help. But then she started cycling through people that she trusted, and then it seemed like she was maybe going to name Pam for some of the stuff, which was totally fine. But I just knew they hadn't been around her as much, and especially with Carol, the one thing.
Yeah, and she still shows them over you because you behave like thunder cunts to Carol. It should be really, really obvious for anyone listening to this crap that, yeah, you were around her more. So why did she choose them? Well, because of how you acted towards Carol. You showed by all accounts you were not to be trusted.
Thing I see that is different from some of the other family members is that I think she kind of masks it well. Like she'll get something in her head, and even if it's 100% incorrect, she will say it with such conviction that unless you know. So it had been hard for the rest of the family to even tell, even my side of the family. And so I kind of wanted to explain that to Pam, like that I was really concerned, and if she was taking on that role, that I thought we needed to be working with Carol to understand what her wishes were going to be, because I wasn't sure how long she would be able to stay living on her own. She was starting to get lost. Just other things that I thought we needed to work with Carol to know her wishes while she still was having, some really good days, so that we weren't doing anything down the road that weren't actually her wishes. And I just wanted her to kind of know that.
What was Pam's response? Pam Luxfeld's response?
She said that she'd had another relative with Alzheimer's and she knew all about it, and like basically she had it. And working with foster kids, I have to work collaboratively a lot of times with families, and I was kind of hoping that's what we could all do. I felt a little like my concerns were dismissed.
Did she say whether they had a plan if Carol would end up not being able to live on her own anymore?
Yes, she said that if she needed, so what I had wanted, and I think I maybe communicated this, is, there were a bunch of relatives in Moorhead if she ended up somewhere that would check in on her all the time, or maybe she wanted to stay in Detroit Lakes because she still had some friends in the area, or maybe she wanted to go to Fergus Falls, or maybe she wanted to end up, like if she was near me in Woodbury, we would check on her all the time, and Jonathan would be near. Like I didn't know what she wanted, and I wanted to honor what she wanted. And so when I said, we should.
You wanted to put her in a home. That's already been testified to. You wanted to either have her live with you, which is insane because you already testified about the split between Carol and Liam. Your plan was to gaslight her into believing she was worse than she actually was in order to put her in a home so you could get stuff. Greedy bitch.
Just figure out what she wants. She said, "Oh, my mom will just take care of her." I'm sorry, D. Muxfeld, or no, D. Lindholm.
Oh, did you forget her name? Is that early onset? Nicole Mitchell? You have early onset? You seem to be forgetting names here.
What did you think about that plan?
I didn't want to be rude, so I didn't say what was in my head, but that was a horrible plan.
Why?
The two of them were like oil and water. Even when we would do holidays, we'd get home, and it would just be a vent about little slights or things like that had happened. And then the big fights had happened like 20 years ago, but there was a fight over reunification with Jonathan. There was a fight over the parents' estate, and then they'd been estranged. As I think maybe there'd been a little bit, like if someone was having a wedding or a graduation or something like that, but it was not a good relationship.
Here's what happens sometimes when a relative, even if there are difficulties, once there's a diagnosis, people reunite. They talk it out and move forward. And this is how bad Nicole was. Despite all the differences between Carol and her sister, she still chose her over you because of your behavior, Nicole. That's how bad you were to Carol.
That was me. When did your father, Rod Mitchell, die?
March 19th of 2023.
In terms of your relationship with Carol Mitchell, how significant of an event was this?
What?
It was major.
Carol Mitchell has made the claim that on the day after your father's death, you and your aunts, Nancy Lund and Cindy Markey, came over to her house and stole paperwork, such as handwritten requests of Rod Mitchell related to his inheritance. Did that happen?
No. So there's a week in the legislature called deadlines, and anything that got worked on that year that doesn't get a hearing is dead. Anything you're carrying for a constituent. I was carrying a lot of work that year. I was carrying actually all the veterans budget stuff. Plus, then you have to be on committees to see hear other people's work. That's why I was so upset that I couldn't get away that week to be there and help, because if I would have left, all that work for other people would have fallen apart. And both Dad and Carol Mitchell had been really proud of my work, and they wouldn't have wanted it to drop just because of that. So I really had to juggle my schedule just to get there Friday for the funeral and drive up that morning. And I was still kind of on call to possibly have to Zoom and vote and drive right back. So I'm literally on videotape in committees at the Senate that day. There's no way I was there.
Not counting Rod Mitchell's funeral, when is the next time after the funeral that you saw Carol Mitchell?
A few weeks later, I drove up with my kids for Easter. I think it was April 9th that year.
Was Carol also at the Mitchell Easter holiday?
Yes.
Did you see Carol Mitchell inside her house during that visit?
I think we might have gone in for a second. So my aunt, Cindy Markey, we all were, but had been concerned about Carol driving up and had her husband Butch get her. And so when we were all leaving, I was then leaving to go back to the cities. And so for me, it was a much shorter trip than for Butch to do the round trip. And I offered to drop her off. But I think I still had all three kids at the time, including baby. It was 1.5. But so I think one of the kids might have run in to use the bathroom, but we had to get back and they had school the next day. So
in her interactions with the police, Carol Mitchell mentions many times a metal or a tin box where she kept financial or legal documents. Do you know anything about this box?
I do not. I've heard it talked about. Same thing with the notebook that came up. I've never seen any of those things. And to me, a tin box is like a Christmas tin. So I can't even quite picture it in my head.
How did Carol Mitchell act toward you regarding the topic of money?
So we thought Dad had a will. I'd even asked him questions and he'd give me answers like he had a will, and he did not have a will. And so I was really grateful after he passed that Carol was at least taking that step. And she'd been very clear that she planned to split it between me and Jonathan. She'd even asked for my social security number. And at that point, I kind of backed off wanting to help with anything. Plus, Nancy was helping, and Nancy's so smart with finances. But I knew if I was possibly going to be part of it, it would be a conflict of interest to be involved at all. So I didn't really do anything other than answer questions that she asked me sometimes. There was some money coming in from my aunt's estate that my aunt had passed very suddenly 2 years before of cancer. Yes. And she was diagnosed and passed so quickly, it was only 3 weeks. So she did her will the best she could, but it was kind of rushed. And so her intention had been clear that it was going to her siblings, and then they were to pass it down to the nieces and nephews. And because Dad hadn't properly marked things, and then there was a new chunk of money going into the estate, there was some discussion over that specific money. And Carol had asked me some questions like, why am I getting money from Lori Sandry, my aunt? And I had answered them. And I always told her, it was ultimately her decision. And then I mostly tried to stay out of it.
Sure you did. Sure you did. I mean, the envy you have shown against Carol reuniting with her son, the envy you've shown throughout this, your actions of burglarizing your stepmother's home, the missing paperwork, you going through her medical records in the laptop that you claimed she gave you, you going through her bank records in the laptop you claim she gifted you. This is intent. This is Nicole being a greedy bitch. I'm not sure what the conflict of interest is here that she's referencing to. I really don't know.
Was that the Lori that Carol referenced in the text messages we saw yesterday?
Yeah, yes.
Let me ask you directly. Did you want to take Carol Mitchell's money after your father died?
No. In fact, I'd had a conversation with her a few months later once I was finally out of session. And I started trying to visit every month to check in on her and make sure things were okay. And in one of those conversations, I said, is Dad took care of you really well. Is there anything you haven't done that you'd like to do? Like a trip you'd like to go on, anything else? But then at the same time, I had done the math, and I'd even called what I would consider like the best senior facility in my area at that time, found out about wait lists, found out about the costs for the different type of care. And once you go from like assisted living into memory care, that can easily be in a good facility $100,000 a year. And so I just knew we needed to like protect the money as long as possible, because her sister was in her upper 80s. And if that tracked, we could be talking, 10 or 15 years of me needing to make that money last. And I knew that if it came to it and there wasn't enough, I would be the one covering everything. So I just wanted to make sure it was protected.
So you tried to scare her to death in her house, making her condition worse. Well, you didn't. Why you were in that house is, we know you broke in, you had the intent to steal, but that is just the things you confess to on body cam and interview. What were you actually doing? Except gaslighting your stepmother? Except haunting your stepmother? This is Nicole Mitchell has no intent to take care of her stepmother. None whatsoever. She wanted that money as fast as possible.
I want to direct you back to your aunt, the money your Aunt Lori had given. Was it your understanding that that money was meant to go to you?
Sorry. It was Lori's wishes, yes, that it would pass along, like basically the Mitchell family line, but it was not, her will didn't properly contemplate checks going out while someone else died and how that would pass. And so it was going into my father's estate.
Who ended up with that money?
Carol kept it.
So you let it go?
I did.
No, you didn't.
You testified earlier that your father died without a will, and so there was a probate. And was there a beneficiary designated?
I don't know that the proper word is beneficiary.
Just like you, I didn't do any of those parts. I only did criminal law in law school. Tell me what was going on related to sorting out your dad's estate after he died.
So because he died without a will, most of his estate was his retirement account from where he worked for, I think, his whole life. So that was the huge chunk of it. But there was money he had put in a CD from what was actually the first distribution from my aunt's estate. That was $120,000. And then the new money that had come in from my aunt's estate, which was $50,000. And so almost all the money that actually ended up in probate was the money from my aunt. And in Minnesota, everything goes to the spouse up to a certain amount. I knew because of the amount, everything would go to Carol. If they have a child from a different family at a certain higher amount, then everything beyond that splits.
Oh, I don't really know what happens. Oh, I wasn't. And here she is, from memory, citing law.
So I knew everything was going to go to Carol because of that. She asked for herself to be named executor, which I had concerns with because she had no grasp of finances. Dad had done everything for 40 years, so she didn't have any foundation of finances. And then, she couldn't learn anything new because of the Alzheimer's. So I was concerned about her naming herself executor, but I knew at the end of the day, it wasn't going to meet the threshold, so everything was going to go to her.
And so again, just to put a fine point on it, despite your concerns, did you contest that she would be the person who would get the money,
No, not at all.
or that she would be the executor?
So for the executor, so because I was the only child, I think they were required to put me on all the paperwork, only child of a different marriage. And so because of that, I could have asked to be the executor. And I thought about it because being the executor is mostly making sure all the final bills get paid, things like that, and then distributing it properly. But it seemed like Carol was already getting paranoid just by the fact that my name was on the court documents. And she was starting to think that I was challenging it and trying to get the money just because on the documents that would be sent out about the estate, it had to have my name on it. So I felt like if I put in to be executor, even just to make sure it got done correctly, that she would see that as threatening or something else.
Did we see texts about that yesterday?
So yeah.
You know what? I'm going to. We are less than an hour into this 4 hour when she is on the stand, so I'm going to skip to certain aspects here. This is a text they are talking about. From June 5th, 2023. Hope you made it home okay. Yada, yada, yada. I don't know the... Says, I know you're hurting too and just want to remind you how much your dad loved you and the boys and I've always been so proud of you. Me too, but I know I had nothing to do with it, but still I'm proud of you too and brag about you. Not only your career choices, but what a loving, wonderful mom you are. Okay. Character testimony. Let's check. And she answers, of course, you're part of the person I became, and most importantly, you made dad happy. Yada, yada, yada. And with the boys, let's see, very curated text messages because we only get to see limited. March 10th. Oh, this. This is March 10th, 2024. Less than a month before she burglarized the home. Hope you're well, enjoying the sunshine. Last fall, when you went with me to that radio station, you pointed out the cemetery where you bought plots for you and Dad. With the anniversary of his death approaching, I was hoping I could... What? Get up in the next week or two, and you could take me there, but we have blah, 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 blah. This is after, long after Carol told them to fuck off. And she still answers March 29th. Yada, yada, yada. This is when they actually took the ashes to be interred. March 29th. And she says here, Carol, you can also take all or whatever you want of all of his fishing gear. Da, 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 da. And she answers, unfortunately, I cannot make that day. Next week is bill deadlines. And anything that doesn't get hearings will not pass this year. Some of the bills I have walked in for 6+ months, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so, Nicole, you had a choice. And skipping half a day, even if it's sessions, let's see, March 29th, 2024. Let's see. It's a Friday at 1 p.m. Here's what when it comes to the legislators, they never work Friday afternoons. Never. Not in a million years that these lazy fuckers don't have Fridays off. This is a choice Nicole made to not be there. This is yeah, I don't buy it. I do not buy it at all. Let's see if can get away from work the following week. So the rest of the family is going to make it March 29th, 1 p.m. on a Friday. But everybody has to adhere to your schedule, while the rest of the entirety of the family is okay with that date. And again, legislators, Friday afternoons being in session, no. I have a hard time buying that. It's just inconvenient to Nicole. And then Nicole calls the claims she talked to a gentleman at the cemetery. He said Good Friday was available for internment. And this is, I assume, just before this is going to happen. Now Nicole demands that everybody changes their schedule for her. I don't buy this at all. And folks, Good Friday? I'm quite sure folks have plans for Good Friday. This is so stupid. Yeah. And she says, you're not the only one with busy schedules. And she's like, oh, you're cutting me off from this. No, Nicole. It's a Friday, 1 p.m. You can make that time. You just don't want to. And now you are blaming Carol. It seems like Nicole here has borderline Munchausen syndrome. It's all about me. I'm the victim. Look at me. I take care of these children as a single mother. I adopt this child as a single mother. Everybody has to adjust to my schedule. No. Being a senator is a choice. Being a single mother, well, that might not be a choice. But adopting as a single mother, that's a choice. This is a person, Nicole, for me, is a person who takes on things for the victimhood of it, not for the goodness of her heart. I'm actually real worried about her children now. I'm really worried because this trial shows that she has no hesitation in using her child's disabilities as a weapon None whatsoever. Because she wants to be a state senator. This is insanely selfish. Where she does good things for selfish reasons. Now, there's good ways to do that and bad ways to do that. This is the bad way to do that. This is insane. Yeah. I don't buy this at all. And it's only going to be more and more bullshit. Let's see here. When does cross-examination start?
To me, I understand that I did the wrong thing.
Let's see here.
Do it the right way. I don't regret being worried. I think you should try to look out for your family.
Do you blame Carol Mitchell for how she reacted? Oh,
Not at all.
Why not?
She's done nothing but blame Carol. Nothing. Her entire defense is it's Carol's fault. I was just there for the goodness of my heart. When is the damn cross-examination?
That's when they arrested you?
Correct.
Before we talk about that, I'd like to go back for a moment and talk about your conduct inside the house during the welfare check.
Oh, the defense is actually calling this a welfare check at 4:30 in the morning with full burglary regalia, sneaking around, crawling into her house. This is insanity.
And I'm going to ask you directly. Did you take anything from Carol Mitchell's house that night?
No.
Did you take anything of your father's that night?
No.
Did you take anything of Carol Mitchell's that night?
No.
Did you go into Carol Mitchell's house looking for any of your dad's possessions or mementos?
No.
Now she's lying under oath because that is exactly what she said on the body cam. She went there for memorabilia and it was all about the ashes.
Did you go into the house looking for anything of your father's or of Carol Mitchell's specifically?
No.
And if you wanted to take anything of your father's or Carol Mitchell's, could you have?
I wouldn't take something,
But if you wanted to,
yes,
explain why that is.
because Dad's area was in the basement. Carol uses sleeping pills and usually earplugs.
So why were you up there? Well, she can. Oh, I was just there to check on her. You were crawling on the floor on what you claim was a person with severe Alzheimer's. You need to be mentally retarded to think that is okay.
would have never woken up. I think it was because I cracked the door more and there was more light in the room, but she would have never woken up.
So your goal was for her to not wake up. This is so stupid.
I wouldn't do that, but if I wanted to, she'd have never. Yeah.
Why wouldn't you do that?
I don't take things.
Oh, that's interesting. So Minnesota has proxy voting, as in you can ask somebody else to cast a vote for you at a legislative session if there is sufficient grounds for it. As in putting Dad's ashes in the ground. Yeah. Thank you, Apai. Thank you. That is, yeah. Wrong statute, but I guarantee there is one for Congress. Yeah, I would assume there is.
I'd been asking for different things for a year, but as upset as I was that she gave away a lot of his, like, I'd wanted clothes for the boys. Like, there was a shirt that matched a shirt that Sam had. I got him matching shirts one year. So, like, that shirt would have been amazing for Sam because they'd outgrown all the gifts he'd given them. And so they literally didn't have any personal items. But at the end of the day, I was visiting every month. If there was something that I just needed that badly, I could have gotten it. And stuff is never more important than the person. And I was just worried. I was always more worried about Carol and making sure she was okay than anything about stuff.
Are you saying your conscience wouldn't allow it?
Correct.
Your conscience allowed you to trespass into her house, didn't it?
I did. To me, I understand that I did the wrong thing. To me, it felt different because it was my parents' house and I had a key and I'd been in and out of there for years.
You broke into the basement window. You broke into the basement window. Now, Carol, for you who are new to this, had put, well, not barricaded, but at night, because her aunts and her showed up. Yeah, she put a board against the lock so they couldn't get in anyways. That's how bad it was between Carol and Nicole aunts.
And I, like, if you're walking down the stairs, it was on the video, there's one of my signs.
Your campaign signs?
It was actually from this football game I was in. Long story. But yes, my kids' toys are still in the basement. Like, it felt different.
But you're not saying you had permission?
I did not have permission.
Okay. Do you think if you wouldn't have gone into Carol Mitchell's bedroom, you could have left undetected?
Yes.
And I think you touched on this, but I want to ask you specifically. Why didn't you just do that?
I was pretty upset about the driving thing. I mean, that was to me really the fear of her getting lost and something bad happening before I could, put the other steps in place. So at the very least, I had a couple things I wanted to look at on the phone, but at the very least, I wanted to make sure, because she would just turn things off. And part of the reason there was a problem with the phone is because if an update came, like, she just assumed everything was.
It's not your phone. You don't have permission to go through her phone. You went into the house by your own admission to get memorabilia. You got into the house and now you're saying you wanted to go through the phone. That is a crime in itself, Nicole. It's not your possession. It's not your phone. You do not have permission to do any of the things you did. But somehow you thought it was okay anyways? At 4:30 in the fucking morning. This is insanity.
Bad or wrong. So she wasn't even doing like updates on the phone because she would just, so I had a concern that because the mapping wasn't working correctly, maybe she had turned the GPS off the phone. And so that if she got lost, it would be much harder to find her, because that's usually how officers or whatever else track someone that's lost.
Looking back at how everything played out, do you wish you would have just left and not gone into her room?
To me, it's kind of a Monday morning quarterback thing.
So you don't regret breaking into your stepmother's home?
I could have never seen this. And so if I would
Because
have
you
gone in the room,
thought
I
you
would have been
could get
worried.
away
I would
with it.
continue to be worried sick. But of course, as I said, this impacted everyone I care about and everything in my life. And so if I had the crystal ball, no, but then I would have been worried sick.
Your Honor, we approach. You may. You're great. Sorry, Your Honor. Ms. Mitchell, earlier during the trial, did you hear testimony from an officer named Officer Wothy about finding a paper checklist in your backpack the night of the incident?
Yes.
What was that piece of paper?
That was mostly my to-do list of what to check in the house and a couple of reminders. Or the cell phone and phone and.
We'll discuss it in a minute. Did you see that checklist on the body cam footage that was published by the state in this case?
I did.
Did you recognize that piece of paper?
Yes.
And is that the checklist that you were just talking about?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the checklist you referenced?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm not exactly sure how we want to do this. It's been offered into evidence by the state already as a video. We'd like to put a still shot and make it into an exhibit so that the jury can take that as an individual exhibit back with them so they don't have to scroll all the way to the part of the body camera footage.
Has it been submitted to Mindy's in that form?
We didn't submit to Mindy's in that form because we presume since the video was there that we would be able to.
Your Honor, it is at 1434 exactly on exhibit number 21, if that helps.
And we can also just publish it, Your Honor. It can sit there if you'd like.
Why don't we go ahead and exhibit, what was it again?
It's exhibit 21 of the states, and it's at 1434. Mr. Keller has it. Can you zoom in a little bit? Ms. Mitchell, can you see that piece of paper?
I can.
So let's go through what this paper is and what it means. Why don't you start at the top and tell the jury what the words are and what they mean to you?
So the first thing says cell. So then it's going to be a couple things to check on the cell phone.
Ms. Mitchell, let me just interrupt. Do we have the camera?
Do not disturb. Delete something. Delete contacts. She was in there to delete contacts on Carol's phone. Landline. Flashlight. At tracking Gmail. Texts to compute. Now, if she hadn't done all the things that she had done, if this was in the middle of the day, not during a burglary, yeah, you could say concern, but this is during a burglary where deleting contacts, something with a landline, and then adding tracking things. That's highly illegal to put that to a person who hasn't approved of it. Insanely illegal. And I do believe it's for nefarious reasons. So that she could check, oh, where is she now? So in order to gaslight her more.
Is there, have you, now? Okay, all right.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate the assistance.
Okay, go ahead.
So for the cell phone, check the do not disturb or make sure she doesn't have it. So
Just to make sure, let's act as if nobody's ever seen this piece of paper before. When you say cell phone, please explain who you mean. Okay. Let's do that.
I wanted to check the cell phone of Carol Mitchell. The first item is to check that do not disturb or anything that she might have accidentally turned on that would have kept her from getting communications.
In the middle of the fucking night during a burglary. This is, I bet it's the opposite. Cell phone. Put on, do not disturb. And then delete texts, delete contacts. Is the thing I believe is landline, ringer off. That is her turning off the ringer. So whatever she claims this is, it's the opposite, folks. The absolute opposite. Yeah. And as Slidey says over at Rumble, to track when she's not home so she can go to the house to steal, alter, gaslight. Yeah. And Digger says here, turn ringers off, place trackers, delete texts and contacts. She's actively trying to make Carol feel like she's losing her mind. This is so bad. This is insanely bad. And this goes towards what her aunts did to Carol. The aunts and Nicole actively used the fact of Nicole's father, the aunt's brother, Carol's husband's death as an opportunity to make Carol worse. This is so evil. Absolutely evil.
The second one was, it says delete texts to make sure that she wasn't starting to, delete anything off, that kind of like with the emails, right? She thought she was getting rid of email by deleting things, just kind of that same thing. Same thing with the contacts. Make sure that it looked like there were still contacts in the phone. Some of the, important people were still in the phone.
No, it literally says delete texts, delete contacts. If this was a to-do list to check on things, first of all, it says cell, do not disturb. I would say that is put do not disturb on. Then delete texts. So text where Carol is fully lucid and are talking about things that you and your aunts did to her. To delete them, to make it seem like she was always not lucid. To delete things that proved that she was actually she wasn't that ill as she actually was, as you try to make it out to be. This is a gaslighting to-do list. This is Nicole showing the world what she and her aunts did to Carol to try to make her illness worse, actively. This is so bad.
Okay, I mean, just in general, to make sure she wasn't doing those things, but also especially if there was any sort of an emergency, to make sure that she had the contacts she needed, and they were still on the phone. And then I made a line because it was New Thought, landline. Same thing. Make sure there had been times I would call both the cell and the landline.
Yeah. You know what you say there? Make sure ringer is on. Not landline, ringer off.
And I wouldn't get any answers, and I would never, get a call back or anything. So just make sure the ringer wasn't off or turned down. The next one is flashlight. I think just mid-thought, I remembered I needed a flashlight.
I'm going to stop you here. Before you go to the next words, explain
The arrow?
the arrow and the line and how that ties together, please.
Okay, so I'd originally made the line to separate like the cell phone, like that was the end of what I thought of. But then I thought of something additional. And so I wrote add tracking and then put the arrow down to show that New Thought actually belonged, they were together.
So what did you mean by add tracking in relation to Carol Mitchell's cell phone?
So like I thought I'd said earlier, but I don't remember if I did. She had a tendency to be turning things off, even if she was just paranoid. And I wanted to make sure that she hadn't.
It's not paranoia, Nicole, when you are actively doing crap to her.
And she was getting lost even with what I assumed on her phone was Google Maps. So I just wanted to make sure somehow she hadn't turned on that like specific location device, that anything GPS was turned on, that I added back in anything related to if she got lost, so that someone would be able to track it. Because if it's just using the signal, it's a lot less precise than, if the police or someone are able to use
And all of this, you could have gone to her, Carol's sister. You could have called Jonathan. You could have visited in the daytime. You could have been a nice person about it. But you did it in hiding, because what you're claiming now at stand is not what you were there for. You were there actively trying to make Carol's condition worse.
GPS to track a lost adult.
I might have misheard you, and I want to give you a chance to clarify. So you were going to turn that off, or you were going to turn that back on?
I thought there was a chance she had either turned that stuff off or whatever, and I wanted to make sure I added back on any capabilities related to,
If the button was turned off, you're going to push the button back on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. The next thing is Gmail. So when I looked at the medical records, I also looked to see if anyone else had it looked.
Again, admitting to, sorry. Now, Nicole is not power of attorney. She has absolute zero right to go through Carol's medical records. She went through them anyway. She is admitting to it on the stand. I can't believe the state didn't charge Nicole with that. Because in order to access Carol's medical records, Nicole had to, the system, claim she was Carol. That is identity theft. This trial was about burglary. I think she got off lightly by the state not charging Nicole with everything they could, which is in opposite of what the state normally does. The state normally overcharge to get a plea deal on what they really want. Here they are undercharging, but at least they are sticking by the burglary charge and not allowing this to be pled out to a lesser charge. But the state, in my opinion, should have charged Nicole with identity theft. And I'm sure in all of what she has confessed to, there's a lot more crimes within what she did. Sadly, the investigators did not take Nicole's phone into custody. I could bet money there were plans in there together with her aunts. So, despite this being a clean trial and obvious evidence, it's still, the cops did not do their job properly. Had they done that, this trial would probably not have happened, because Carol would have pled out long before this. But she is a politician with connections. But her connections only reached so far as to only being charged for burglary. But this is a to-do list to make Carol Mitchell's condition worse.
Had been checked into for a while or monitoring it. I hadn't seen that. Gmail was just to look and see if maybe anyone was actually monitoring her phone, because I do that with my.
You're not allowed. You do not have permissions to go into Nicole's emails. But we are bordering on wire fraud here. Bank records, Gmail, passwords, all of it.
Other parents, especially with my mom, we started trying Google. Well, we do it through Gmail, but it's like sharing.
Okay, how do you do that? Explain that.
For us, I know Carol doesn't have Gmail, but we all have Gmails, and so within mapping, we can authorize each other to share. So, we don't actually have my mom driving that much anymore, but yeah, that's how we do it. So I just wanted to see if maybe there was anything like that someone was using.
I want you to slow down a little bit.
Sorry.
It's okay. So what were you hoping to see when you wrote the word Gmail? Do your best to slow down and try to explain that a little more clearly if you can.
Okay. To me, again, most of the note is my shorthand for myself. To me, that was a reminder to see. It was kind of, I don't know, Hail Mary is the right word, but hoping.
Is stealing information also, burglary with intent to steal, is that only to physical objects, but is it to gain access to information through her phone? Isn't that, should be included in the theft part, intent?
That maybe some of the people who'd said that they were going to step up and take that responsibility had maybe at least, done some sort of sharing with the phone so that they could see where she was.
Would that allow you to see where she was?
No, but it would have kind of like looking to see if anyone had been checking the medical records. It would have made me feel a little bit better that someone, would be able to see where she was.
No, Nicole. First of all, it's you don't have the right to. You never had. Carol made that abundantly clear. She did not want you there, in the house or anything. Nowhere near. It's insanity, pure insanity, to believe you have the right to do this, which is why I say what I've been saying all along. This is their gaslighting scheme to make Carol worse sooner so they could get access to Dad's stuff, property, money, everything. Oh, thank you. Justin Wright saying this is typical American socialist behavior. Also, she is extremely undercharged. She got off easy because she was a leftist lawmaker. I do not disagree. I do not disagree at all in that. And thank you so much. Thank you so much for the super chat. It's very, very welcomed. Thank you. And I saw this earlier. Digger, why does she have access to Carol's medical files? How did she get them? And I wrote it in the chat as well. Yeah. Nicole, when she was caught burglarizing, she had Carol's laptop on her. The claim from Nicole is that she was gifted it months before, half a year before, because laptop to kids' schoolwork and stuff. But why did she bring it back? Well, because we saw it on the body cam interview with Nicole Mitchell that she didn't know where the laptop was. Which brings the laptop, which should be in a charger, had gone missing. And here is Nicole burglarizing Carol's home with that very laptop, which she used to gain access to Carol's bank records and medical records, because apparently it was she either had the passwords written in there somewhere or something of the sort, but she gained access to the medical portal through that laptop. My opinion is Nicole was there to bring it back, to make it seem, because Carol had said to friends and family that, where's the laptop? It's gone missing. This is Nicole bringing it back just to be able to say, oh, she's confused. It was there all along. Oh, this is so much worse than we thought when it started. Oh, this is so much worse. She is, as Justin Wright said, severely undercharged in this trial. And this to-do list, it is the exact opposite of what she is claiming. As we already discussed. Cell, do not disturb. This is Nicole putting on to do not disturb. Cell, delete text, delete contacts. That is Nicole deleting text and deleting contacts to make Carol seem worse than she actually is. Add tracking, as somebody wrote before. Yeah, to know when she isn't home so they could go there and do things to the house. Text to computer, I don't know. Just download texts. I assume, plug it into the computer to gain access so they can gain access to the texts, delete it on the phone and keep it on the computer. That is my guess.
What about the next line?
Texts to computer.
What does that mean?
I just wanted to quick look through texts, and then my texts are married with my computer. So anything I can immediately like pull it up off my phone on my computer.
Yeah, let's slow down again. When you say you wanted to look through the text, whose texts?
So the specific thing I wanted to look for was she cut off a lot of the other ways, but there are still a lot of scams for seniors that are through texts to, ask for money or whatever.
You went through her bank records, and her bank records showed nothing of the sort. Absolutely nothing of the sort as being scammed. Nothing. Nicole knew this because she went through the bank records. She already admitted to going through her bank records. She knew, absolutely knew, that her stepmother wasn't being scammed. Nah, not buying this.
It says it's your bank or who knows what. So I just wanted to make sure there was no evidence of something like that, especially since there had been a time a month or two after my dad's death where she had just randomly texted me part of a bank account number and with no context. And that freaked me out because I'm like, okay, I don't need the bank account number. Who's she texting the bank account number to? So
Did you take a screenshot of that?
The bank account thing? Yes, I did.
And did you provide that screenshot with your attorneys?
Yes.
Your Honor, would you unpublish
This
for a
is
moment?
an admission to
And now
unauthorized.
I'd like to show you what's been marked as
being-
Exhibit 338. 338.
Nicole is not an authorized user of Carol's bank accounts. This is her gaining access to her bank accounts. This is wire fraud. Even if she didn't take anything from it, I do believe it still goes under the statute because she gained access to bank records that weren't hers.
Let me know when you can see that on your screen.
It did flash on my screen for a second and I did confirm it.
If the witness has already confirmed, then no need for Mr. Keller to show it to Mr. McDonald. All right.
Is it a complete and accurate representation of the screenshot that you took?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer Exhibit 338 into evidence and request permission to publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 338 is received, and you may publish.
Admitting to more crimes.
So please orient which color is which and read through the text message. Don't worry about the dates and times.
Okay. This was a
So this is Nicole texting to Carol about bank records.
Carol Mitchell is in gray and I am in green. And do you want me to read the stuff above that's not part of it?
No, just start at the word paper.
Okay. Paper I have says account ending 6560. And I am heading outside to rake under the long hedge just in case you tried to call. Me. I don't know anything about the account, so maybe that was for someone else, question mark.
You can unpublish, Your Honor.
Okay, so Carol is
Is that the
asking.
unsolicited text message from Carol Mitchell that you mentioned gave you concern about?
And folks, did you see how the top one was cut off? This is extremely narrated and curated for because they don't give before or after. In this case, with Nicole's actions, it speaks volumes to me that they are curating it, that they don't want to give context.
Her other text messages?
Yes, because it made me wonder who she would, because it wasn't for me, it made me wonder who she would randomly be texting anything bank related to.
Yeah.
Was that the last thing you had written?
Yeah, I do think you're correct, Digger. It's the opposite. That is Nicole talking to Carol and Carol responding. I do believe you're correct there.
On your checklist,
Yes.
text to computer?
Yes, it was.
Do you know where that checklist is now?
I do not.
Did the police give it back to you at any point in this case?
Not that I recall.
Did they keep it as evidence?
I have no knowledge of what happened to it.
But you're sure you had it with you the night of the incident?
Yes, and I saw it on that body cam.
And you created it before you drove up to Woodbury? Sorry, up from Woodbury?
Yes,
And the police saw this paper the night of the incident, is that correct?
from what I saw on the body cam, yes.
Either that, or when you were walking through the house, you discreetly got rid of it. So all the record we have of it is on the body cam.
The last thing I'd like to discuss with you, Ms. Mitchell, is what you said to the police after they found you inside Carol Mitchell's home. You testified earlier that you weren't there to take any of your father's things. Is that correct?
Yes,
So why did you tell the police 4 times that that's why you were there?
I'm very sorry I said that. And it was not true.
Why are you sorry?
Because it wasn't true, and it did cause additional confusion, and I mean, I think that's enough.
So why say it?
Yeah, about that text, yeah. Since this is a screenshot from Nicole's phone, shouldn't she be in green?
So, you know, this is something I've had to anguish over for the last year.
While you carefully narrated to the public a lie, a complete lie. She narrated to the public via press releases, please leave us alone, this is for family matter. This is when she started to narrate it. I was there out of concern because she was trying to save a job as a senator. She fought the FOIA for the body cam up until trial. And then she couldn't anymore. Her actions here are insanely bad. And this is her lying on the stand.
I created this entire situation. So the only person I have to blame for this is myself. And I'm not saying this for sympathy, but I was very stressed out. And then at a certain point, you know, I'd never had a gun pointed at me before or anything. I didn't understand what Carol had said to the police, and I didn't have the context they had. And, you know, I thought we were just going to calm everything down, and it went a different direction. When Carol initially chased me and I was going to go back out when I didn't hear anything and hopefully calm it down, you know, I had to think for a second about, like, what am I going to say? Because in my mind, I couldn't say any of the truth because she would have freaked out and it would have made it worse. If I would have told her I saw my medical or saw the medical records, I'd known about her.
Yeah, because you gained access to it illegally. You claim you claim Carol was paranoid about you stealing papers and getting access to stuff. And then you're proving her right, that you were stealing, that you were gaining access to things you did not have permission to. You went there to steal. You went there to make her condition worse. At the time that you said to the cops, because your initial thought was she's paranoid. She has Alzheimer's. You said that on the body cam. That was your immediate thought. To blame everything on Carol. Then you got caught. Then you admitted you went there to take stuff because that was in your mind less than what you were actually there for, to make her condition worse. But now you're trying to curate that because your cozy position as a senator is in danger. This is so beyond morals and ethics. She knew, because every time she tries to curate the situation, she curates it by admitting to something that is less bad. When there's consequences to even the less bad, she's trying to curate it again. This is a liar. Nicole Mitchell here is a natural-born liar.
Medical stuff in the past, but she would have completely been upset, possibly that I even saw them, but that they were on the internet. If she would have known that your phone could be used for even the police to track you, much like the computer, or that there was a way scammers could get into it, she might have gotten rid of the phone, and it was the last thing she was using to communicate. If I would have told her I was trying to do a welfare check, she would have thought I was trying to be really judicious and not jumping.
Yeah, never once during all of this did you actually call in for a wellness check. Never once. So because you didn't want to. You wanted others to call in for a wellness check because you and your aunts were trying to make Carol's condition worse. And then you could always blame the other side of the family for doing the wellness check. Yeah, thank you, Jen. Saying I thought Nick was going to fart to say Nicole was trying to make Carol think she was crazy. Nope. Our Viking host was 1,000% right. Yeah. This is so bad. And she was a lawmaker in Minnesota. A lawmaker, a state senator. Claiming to make it better for her purpose in there, what she feels about is, well, kids' issues and stuff. This is just pretend. She's pretending to be a good person. She's pretending because she makes money out of it. Even though she is democratic socialist and, everything should be even and everything should yada, yada, yada. She's doing this for purely selfish reasons to make herself look good and make money out of it.
But she would have assumed I was trying to stick her in a nursing home, which was a real fear she had.
Yeah. Because you said it yourself. Because either live with her, which we now know is impossible because the friction between Carol's condition and your adoptive son's condition. It can't happen. The option 2 was putting her in a home. yeah.
So in that moment, and having just seen all the stuff of Dad's in the basement, including a couple things that she promised me but never gotten to me, what came to my mind was just to say I was coming to get a couple things of Dad's. And I never said it in that moment because then she had a knife and other things.
Why did that make sense to say that to you?
Because a lot of my life, I've had to very much kind of manage the emotions of a couple of my parents to make sure, just kind of for my own safety even. And especially in the past year with Carol, it was definitely a balance of trying to be there and supportive of loving and make sure I wasn't doing anything to escalate it or make her more paranoid or just make things worse. Both for my own well-being, so she wouldn't say something potentially cruel, but also because getting her riled up was worse for her. That's just sometimes what you do with people in those conditions. And so for me in that moment, whether it was the right decision or wrong, that was the only thing I could think of to say that wasn't one of the actually true things that would completely set her off.
No, not buying it. Not buying it. You were there to commit worse crimes. You admitted to less crimes, and then you discovered, oh shit, it's still crimes. Because in the body cam, when they say to her, you're the right to remain silent, when they say burglary, she looks up and says, even though I didn't take anything, yes, it's the intent. She thought by admitting to going there with intent but not actually stealing, it wouldn't be as bad. It's the same thing. The intent is what makes it a burglary. And then is when she made this new story up. She went there, and I hate to repeat myself. No, I don't hate to repeat myself. She went there to gaslight her stepmother to make stepmom's condition worse. Her and her aunts, the group of thundercunts, used Carol's condition against Carol, making it worse so that Carol would be deemed unfit sooner so they could gain access to her stuff. Luckily, Carol woke up. Luckily, we can see it all unfold here. What type of people Nicole Mitchell is and her aunts are. Absolutely despicable.
So that was already in my head as how I was going to kind of calm things down. I knew she'd be mad, but sorry. So that was already in my head. And so then when the police came and she came, that was still the thought in my head. I didn't want to escalate the situation. I didn't want to embarrass her with the things that I was worried about, and even though there were officers in front of police. And
yet here you are, airing it all out to save your position as the state senator.
Police. To me, again, I'm not saying I was pretty stressed, and I don't know if it was rational, but I was trying to keep everything calm. And that was just, I was just almost fixated on Carol and her emotions and how I could keep her calm and not make the situation worse.
Why were you so worried about keeping her calm? I know you've testified it was that you didn't want to embarrass her, but was there another reason why you were so concerned about that?
Well, by the time the police had intervened, it also dawned on me at some point that I always thought it was a family situation that we were going to get calmed down. But even for the military, for example, any interaction with
Yeah,
police,
exactly.
especially
Shit.
even just an arrest, you have to report, even if it's completely dismissed, an hour later, you have to report it. And so I was thinking of things like, how is that going to look? Is this going to leak to the press? And then it's my Senate thing. And just, so there was a little self-preservation in there too, of wanting to just try and keep it calm.
Why would admitting to wanting to be there for a shirt keep Carol Mitchell more calm than just telling the true reason why you were there?
For the same reason. So again, like, I realized, especially with not being able to use the key in the door, I'd come in through a window. I had trespassed. And I just had it fixated in my head. If it wasn't one of the other reasons, which would have made her really mad, that we would just calm everything down. And in terms of trespassing, I didn't believe she would press charges against her child if she thought
Objection,
it.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Oh.
You may.
He did that because, yeah, sure. Yeah, but it's a felony. You were caught red-handed. Oh, you bitch. Right?
On who pressed charges in a criminal case?
The little bit of experience I have in court, and not as a lawyer, just as a person, has been family court, and everything's dealt, and family stuff is always a very low level. And I don't know anything about criminal. My impression was always family stuff was treated with a delicate touch, and that the victim could
You thought
say,
you
like,
could get away
this is
with
very,
it.
like don't do this.
You honestly thought you would get away with it. Oh, it's not burglary if it's family. No, idiot. It's still a crime to burglarize a home which you don't own, regardless who owns it. She votes on laws, or voted.
Also had a personal experience where I had been assaulted and police kind of pressured me to drop the charges. Or I maybe that's not the right way to say it, but
Can you
they didn't want to pursue the charges, and they pressured me into agreeing to that. I don't.
So let's slow down and explain that. What happened to you, first of all, that somebody got charged with a crime based
Objection,
on
relevance.
approach, gentlemen.
Okay. In order for you to testify about this, it has to be handled pre-trial in a separate motion. We are going to bring this up. Somebody assaulted her, the police, or either police or prosecutor said there's not enough. Yeah, but you still have to.
Opinion. You just testified as to your opinion that victims have an opportunity to weigh in on whether or not someone should be charged with a crime, correct?
Yes.
And she weren't allowed to talk
And is that
about
what
it.
you were hoping would happen here too?
Yes.
Did you have a belief that if you could keep Carol Mitchell's emotions in check, this could be dealt as a family and not criminal matter?
Yes.
Is that also why at the jail on the video that we saw yesterday, when you're sitting Indian cross-legged, I apologize, you say something to the effect, can Carol just drop the charges? Is that a thing?
Yes.
Did you think you had a better chance of your opinion happening if you said what you said versus saying the real reason you were there?
Yes. If Carol had known any of the things, she was already very upset, but it just would have made everything blow up even more.
Yeah. Now she's telling on herself. She knew Carol, stepmom, was already mad at you and your aunts for taking stuff out of the home. And then you choose to burglarize her home as she is asleep at 4:30 in the morning. Crawl through her bedroom, self-admitting you're going through her phone to at least put trackers on the phone. I would say that's what you're admitting to. The truth is probably much, much worse. As we saw on the to-do list, much, much worse. This is not concern. This is you being a really, really lousy person.
And I was just trying to calm it down. And
Weren't you also trying to save your own skin?
yes, as I said, I entered the house and I thought if she just thought I wanted a dad's shirt, it would be like, hey, you never gave it to me. I finally came to get it. I'm so sorry. Like that I'd call one of my aunts and they'd maybe talk to her. And, you know, in hindsight, I don't know that I was thinking completely rationally after everything that had happened that morning. So maybe it wasn't the most rational thought, but that was what I had fixated in my head. If I could just not say my plan and get her upset even more because she was so terrified.
But yeah, and she was correct to be terrified of you and the aunts, to be angry at you and your aunts because the shit you did to her. So poor you for being caught burglarizing your stepmother's home. You weren't thinking clearly. Oh, you were caught and you admitted to something less than your actual plan was. To make Carol think she was worse than she actually was. To make her condition worse than it actually was. That was your plan. So you thought, well, since I didn't steal anything, it's not burglary. And then you found out, oh, it's the intent to steal. Oh, shit. Now I have to make up a new lie. And she's a bad liar. She makes shit up to cover up for prior lies. That might work in the legislative session. It doesn't work in court.
Like one of our biggest fears was that someone was just going to try and stick her in the nursing home, which we would have never done, but
yeah, that
it was a
was
fear
your
of
plan.
hers. And she didn't want to lose her autonomy. And
I bet your plan was to first get her into a home and then get her sister and niece out of the picture to get everything.
if she would have thought I was even considering anything like that, she probably would have said, lock her up and throw away the key. I couldn't see any way it wouldn't have made it horrifically worse.
But why did it matter so much to you about Carol Mitchell's well-being? A lot of this direct testimony are how you say times she wasn't nice and the internment issue. Why did that continue to matter to you even in this moment?
But there were times she was still nice. And she was my mom. And
I bet you've never considered her mom.
That I don't even know all the time. Like that's part of what I do. And you're not going to help your own parents. And I knew a lot of it was the Alzheimer's, even when it was me. And I didn't want to lose anybody else. And my dad loved her so much. Like, how could I not take care of her? That's what we would have wanted. And
You have proven by all accounts that you are not to be trusted with anything or anyone. While before all this, Carol made the active choice to throw you out of the house because things disappeared when you were there. She took the active choice to reconnect with her sister and make her niece the power of attorney because of what you did to her She knew you were doing bad things to her, and you are proving her right. You bitch.
Didn't. I messed it up.
I'm going to ask you a question. This is going to be my final question, which is something that every lawyer learns right when they become a lawyer. You've just admitted to lying on video. And so the obvious question is, if you lied to the police 4 times on the night of this incident, how is the jury supposed to believe that you're not lying now?
That's hard because I know what I said. I was struggling that morning. I could see it even in things when I said, ask me my birth date, and I had to think about it for a minute. Sometimes to protect family members, you have to lie. I had to lie to Carol a lot that year about things. I had to lie to my kids last month when there was actually something really scary happening at our home and I couldn't tell them what it is. So I know it might be hard to believe.
Because it's a lie.
Because when it comes to family and protecting them, sometimes I have to make a choice I wouldn't otherwise. But I am a person that acts with integrity. I am a person whose word means something. And I'm not someone that would steal.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. McDonald.
Good afternoon, Ms. Mitchell.
Oh, now we get to cross-examination. Now this, you see, she's been on the stand for over 3 hours at this point. Now, I hope, and I want the prosecution to absolutely annihilate her. But from prior cross-examinations, they are just going to focus on what she actually did and what they can prove she did. They don't care about the fluff she's trying to present to the jury. This is what you actually did. This is what you actually wrote. Now, I hope they go through more of it. But let's see.
Save your own skin. That's what you testified to?
If I use those words,
Well, Mr. DeCray asked you and you agreed. Is that correct?
yes,
Okay. So how do we know you're not saving your own skin right now?
I think I just explained that.
Ms. Mitchell, you were with Officer Sternhagen for roughly 37 and a half minutes. Would you dispute that? Adding in the drive time that was edited out of the video.
If that was the officer whose car I was in, I don't remember all the names. I would not dispute that.
37 and a half minutes from the time you were ordered to the ground until the time you walked into that cell. You understand that?
Yes,
0 times in 37 and a half minutes did you mention you were there out of concern for Carol Mitchell. Zero times. Do you agree with that?
I would
It's a
disagree.
yes or no question.
No,
You don't agree with that?
I do not.
Okay. 0 times you mentioned anything about medical information, finding out medical information.
I agree with that.
Okay. Let's back up a little bit. So, Ms. Mitchell, you agree here that you did not have consent to enter Carol Mitchell's house that morning.
I absolutely agree.
And that morning, I mean April 22nd, 2024.
I agree.
And here in Becker County, 709 Granger Road.
I agree.
And you agree that Carol Mitchell was indeed inside the residence when you broke in,
I agree.
that she was present.
I agree.
I'm going to bounce around a little bit here. So you did not object or contest the estate, correct?
I did not.
Your father's estate,
I did not.
and the entire estate was awarded to Carol Mitchell.
It was.
And you heard the testimony yesterday, correct?
Yes.
Your Aunt Nancy,
Yes.
she testified that you, in her opinion, you're honest and trustworthy.
Yes, I heard that.
And you just told us that you act with integrity and you believe you are an honest person.
I qualified some exceptions, but generally, yes.
But you also obviously admitted to lying, claiming to be lying to officers repeatedly.
Yes.
Ms. Mitchell, I want to circle back to the internment argument. Or could I published defense exhibit. I don't remember the number.
243 and 248, I believe, right?
243 and 248. So Ms. Mitchell, sorry, I just lost the exhibit. I'm just going to ask you, you read those text messages?
I had,
Okay, I'm done with the publishing, Your Honor. Take down the. You understand that the Carol Mitchell's initial text that started all this said that they are going to call me, and she thought it would be April, but they are going to call me.
I can't see it, but that sounds correct.
Is it? And then when she informed you later on in the other exhibit, which
We're more than happy to help you get the exhibit up, Your Honor.
we'll just fast forward. Is this 240?
We're looking through the electronic system right now. It's both gray, it's double gray. They're little small windows, Your Honor. They're hard to see. 1 second, please. 253.
253 of publishing, Ms. Mitchell.
Clerk catch up here.
Ms. Carol Mitchell tells you that, quote, David Donnerhauer funeral called me, correct?
Yes,
And so I guess my question is do you believe with all the situations you've given us and presented us with the history, do you believe that it's possible that Carol Mitchell thought this had to be the day based on the tenor of the conversations from the funeral home?
yes, that's why I called them to confirm and then told her that it could actually be other days.
And I'm not discrediting the pain that you felt, Ms. Mitchell, I assure you. I'm merely asking do you agree this was the disease that caused this miscommunication?
Yes,
So Ms. Mitchell, you walked us through somewhere around the nature of 4 years of history and examples and progression of Carol Mitchell's Alzheimer's. Would you agree with that,
yes,
roughly? And then we had the argument over your father's ashes, the internment.
yes,
And you said that you were upset and, quote, needed a break.
yes,
And you agree you did not call, see, or text Carol Mitchell until you were in her house on April 22nd.
yes.
Let's talk about the medical information. So first of all, who gave you permission to access Carol Mitchell's medical information?
I did not have permission.
And you, on April 20th, you read something that was very concerning to you.
I did.
It was so concerning that you didn't tell your aunts? Yes or no?
I did not.
You didn't tell Jonathan Cool?
No,
Didn't tell Pat Muxfield?
No.
Didn't even try to reach out to Carol?
no,
And so you specifically arranged for your stepfather to watch your children?
yes,
Okay, and so when you were arrested, that created a little bit of a problem in terms of getting back on time?
yes,
And so your biggest rationale for what you characterize as deceiving, lying to law enforcement is that you didn't want Carol to get upset. What are your statements?
that I thought if we calmed it down, she would drop the charges.
Sure. But the problem with that story is that you were with the officers much longer outside of her presence than with her presence, right? And you continued the story. You repeatedly said you were there to take your dad's things, even when Carol wasn't present. Correct?
Correct.
So when you said, I've never done anything like this, was that fact or fiction to the officer?
Fact,
Okay. When you said, you're going to find out I'm a military commander, for God's sakes, was that fact or fiction?
fact.
Okay. What was the purpose in telling him that?
I think that's when it was dawning on me that, just any interaction with police, I would have to tell. And also, I think it was just like, I'm not this crazy person.
And you said that, and that was a fact.
That was a fact.
That was the truth.
Correct.
And intertwined with that same sentence, you said there's just a couple of my dad's things I came to get. So you were able to, on the spot, think to craft a lie mixed in with something truthful.
Correct.
Well, you're an honest person, correct?
Typically.
When you said, I'm hoping this mistake won't completely fuck up my life, were you being truthful or deceitful?
Truthful.
How about when you said, I know I did something bad? Truthful? Brutally honest?
I had scared Carol out of her mind. That was horrible.
Yeah.
So checking on a loved one is something bad?
The part that was bad was the fact that I was doing everything in my power to not upset her and escalate it, and I ended up doing the exact opposite.
And I just wanted to get a couple of my dad's mementos, and that's all, in the back of the squad. And that was a lie. That's what you're telling us here today.
Yes.
Such a lie that you were able to come up with the next sentence and say a couple pictures and maybe one of his flannel shirts. You were able to spin that on the spot and come up with the items.
Those were actual items I had wanted.
You did want them.
They were items I had wanted at points because I also said the ashes. And I believe I had taken that particular question as what things had you wanted, because I included the things I'd asked for to include some things that didn't exist anymore.
And then later on, when Officer Wolfie questioned you in the back of the squad, asked you about the laptop, you went out of your way to say, I just wanted to get a couple things before anything else gets destroyed. And you were able to spin that on the spot?
I don't recall saying that.
Well, if it's on the body
yes.
camera, would you agree you said it?
If it was on the body cam, I would agree.
Ms. Mitchell, I have you back up a little bit further away from the mic. Thank you.
So when you were asked what got you to this situation, you said the ashes. Was that truth or fiction?
So when I watch it,
Just pick one, please. Truth or fiction?
I was talking about to the point of the check, and that was truth.
Okay. Now you elaborately, eloquently described all the things you did in the house after you broke in with the crowbar. Is that fair to say?
Correct?
Okay. Yet, when you were questioned in the back of the squad, you said, I had literally just gotten into the house, hadn't had time to do anything. Clearly, I'm not good at this. You recall that?
I do recall that.
Okay. So, again, it's just a brilliant lie you were able to craft under the pressure of being arrested.
The other officer had just, I believe, asked me, I had to kind of watch the body cams to figure out.
This is brilliant. This is good cross-examination. Mostly, it's easy cross-examination. They just take her words and say, what about that? She's not an honest person. She probably never has been one. She's a gaslighter and a criminal.
Why I might have said that. Had just asked me, did you drive down? Did you stay at a hotel? And I was very confused. And then the other officer, I believe, then asked something about the timing. And I believed he was still kind of asking, like, if I'd driven or stayed in town. And so I was kind of conflating those two questions. But
I had literally just gotten into the house. There's not much room for interpretation there. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
And then finally, before you're put in the holding cell, Officer Sternhagen asks you if there's anything else you want to add. And then he says, what made you so you got to do this or whatever? He said, something that's weighed on me, especially this past month, a lot of sleepless nights, couldn't sleep and thought about it. Truth?
It's true.
And it was necessary to dress clad in all black to check on Carol Mitchell.
I was dressed in all black.
Were those military issue pants you had on?
It was a long underwear set that I bought at Target.
And the stocking cap was necessary for a welfare check?
I was trying not to be seen, and it was still April and cold outside.
If I told you it was 49 degrees that morning, would you disagree with me? At 4 a.m.?
That sounds about right.
Okay. Is that stocking cap weather?
For an extended period of time, and I had driven down there, probably keeping the window open to stay awake a little bit, yes.
Well, you're meteorology, not me. Is that stocking cap weather?
For me, for an extended period of time, yes.
And your concern was not being seen by the neighbors, so you parked the block away.
Yes.
Tell us your stepmother's neighbors' names.
I can remember a little bit about them, but not the names.
Okay.
So you cared so much that you never bothered to learn the names of her neighbors and friends. Yeah. So
You don't dispute that you entered through the egress window?
I do not.
You don't dispute that you used a crowbar to gain entry? Or a pry bar, excuse me.
Yes.
That pry bar right up there, that's yours?
Yes.
That's the one you packed
Yes.
before driving 220 miles?
Yes.
Okay. I want to circle back. So you're very close to your aunts, Cindy and Nancy, is that correct?
Yes.
You trust their judgment?
Typically, yes.
Okay. And obviously all this has been done out of concern for Carol Mitchell.
Yes.
Okay. And yet yesterday, your aunt Nancy told us, admitted on cross-examination, that your relationship with Carol was not stellar. Carol Mitchell. You understand that?
I hadn't heard a question.
Your aunt Cindy gave a statement to the defense investigator as well. Are you aware of that? Cindy Markey, I believe her name is.
That is my aunt, yes.
Okay. Would it shock you if she told the defense investigator that your relationship has never been good from day one? Would that shock you?
I met her when I was 4. I'm not sure how that would be entirely accurate, but yes, we have had rocky times.
Let's talk about when you were in the house. Your testimony is that Carol Mitchell bumped into you when you were standing.
Yes,
So you're denying that you were laying next to her bed.
I am.
Again, is this truth or fiction?
True.
And your testimony is that Carol Mitchell followed you downstairs with her knife?
No, I heard her when I opened the door. I heard her. Would have been near the bottom of the stairs, and she would have been near the top of the stairs in the kitchen. And I heard her say she had a knife, so she grabbed it at some point in time.
You heard the 911 call, correct?
I did.
And so your characterization is that you gave yourself up as soon as the officers were there?
I do not believe I said that.
Well, tell us in your mind what happened when the officers arrived.
I heard them at some point. Again, I didn't understand that she didn't understand it was me, or so I was shocked when I heard the yelling and the screaming, and honestly, I was afraid. I didn't come out because being in the military, I mean, most people are wonderful. I was a little afraid to move or do anything. I kind of froze, to put it simply, because occasionally you have people, at least people I've worked, rare, but that are almost looking to shoot someone.
You didn't want to get shot?
And so I stayed in place until they came to that area. I opened the door and I stood there.
You didn't call police. It's Nicole. Carol is my stepmother. I'm in the bathroom. That is how you prepare somebody. Waiting until they go past and discover that shit, they're going to find me anyways, and then opening the door puts at more risk to getting shot. Because, surprise, here I am, is a really stupid thing to do when armed cops are nearby.
You brought the flashlight with you, of course?
Yes,
Okay, and your testimony is that that was already modified for your son and that wasn't for this trip?
correct. I believe his name might have even been on the flashlight.
And it was also necessary, of course, to throw in a pair of flashlight gloves for a welfare check?
The flashlight gloves is what I primarily used. They're not as bright, so the other flashlight is actually very bright, and it was kind of a backup. I just hadn't taken my kid's sock off it.
And your testimony was necessary to remove your shoes to check on Carol, to check on the residence?
They'd gotten dirty in the well, and we always take our shoes off. I didn't want to track anything through the house.
Now, you testified on direct that you did not have anything in your possession, correct? Any of Carol or your father's?
Nothing that was not mine.
Okay, and isn't that true because you were caught right away?
I had checked the whole house at that point, so I wouldn't agree with that.
Okay, you had checked the whole house, but you told Officer Wolfe that you had literally just gotten in there.
I would guess I'd been there about 10 minutes.
But you went out of your way to tell him you hadn't had time to do anything.
My main objective was the phone, and I had not gotten to that.
Your other objectives were checking cat litter and deep freezes?
If that's how you'd like to phrase that.
That wasn't me phrasing, that was your testimony.
My objective was a welfare check.
And yet, in 37 and a half minutes with Officer Sternhagen, you never mentioned that once.
Objection asked and answered. Sustained.
Ms. Mitchell will have you back up again. Thank you.
Ms. Mitchell, when you started your testimony, you said that you retired from the military because of this, correct?
I believe I said I was also eligible, but correct.
Why?
Why? Because of this?
Correct.
Because I was in a position with a boss in general who wasn't always the most supportive person. And this
now
was
it's
also
the
high
boss's
profile.
fault.
I was told it was a distraction.
It's the boss's fault for not supporting you burglarizing your stepmother. Of course, it's always somebody else's fault, isn't it, Nicole? Always someone else's fault. Never your own. Always someone else's fault. It's everybody else, not me. Everybody. This is Sarah Boone. This is Amber Heard. This is Jodi Arias. This is Cluster B personality. It is never their fault. It's their fault for making me do this. That is the core of her personality. If Carol hadn't banned me from the house, I wouldn't have had to go through her medical records and bank records. If she hadn't banned me from the house, I needed, don't you see? I needed to burglarize her because she threw me out. It's her fault. And now it's her boss's fault for not supporting her after being caught red-handed burglarizing her stepmother's home. Always somebody else's fault.
And he was also going for promotion at the time and didn't kind of want the taint of any of this associated with him. So he asked me to put in my resignation.
And you don't feel that you have any personal accountability in that decision?
It was clearly indicated to me that my life would be made very difficult if I did not. So yes, I had a
That's
decision.
not the question. The question, you didn't have any responsibility in it. And clearly, she doesn't think so. She clearly thinks she's perfectly fine doing this crap.
If you've been in the military, you kind of know that sometimes, even if you have a decision, you kind of don't have a decision. I don't know how to phrase that.
You were charged on April 23rd, 2024?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay, and released from custody before noon that day?
I believe so.
Okay. And within 3 hours, it was important for you to put out a Facebook post. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
A Facebook post that's completely inconsistent with the body camera footage in this case. Correct?
Yes.
Why did you craft that Facebook post?
So originally, when I'd gotten in, I was told I'd probably be released that morning. And then my arrest leaked to the media and it blew up. And I got to watch my life unfold on the jailhouse television.
Was there some political preservation involved in your Facebook post?
No, I wanted people to at least understand that all the craziness, that there was more to the story. I also wanted to de-escalate it because I could see from what I watched that the press was starting to hound Carol, which really concerned me. She really values her privacy. I genuinely did believe it was a family matter, and I was hoping, especially for her sake, that we wouldn't go through all this.
She values her privacy. Is that what you just said?
She doesn't like having her picture taken.
Ms. Mitchell, I'm asking you,
like that.
did you just testify that Carol Mitchell values her privacy?
Yes,
Okay, and yet you broke into her home at 4:45 in the morning.
correct.
Just one moment, please. All right, asked to republish Exhibit 21 at approximately 14:33.
All right, you may.
Ms. Mitchell, this is the list you testified about. Is that correct?
Correct.
And your
Oh yeah, so that's the list, and she cropped out the containers she brought with her.
testimony, if I understand it, was you're claiming that the line delete text and contacts actually means to make sure that Carol Mitchell hadn't deleted contacts? Or please explain it to me.
Yes, and I think one of the officers even testified that she had just added my contact back in March, but I mean, my contact had been in there forever, so I think that ended up being a valid concern.
In your testimony, explain to me again what the add tracking means with your direct testimony.
Yes, as I said, sometimes she would turn off things on her phone that the phone really actually needed for functionality. I'd helped her with her phone a couple times when she'd had problems with it, and I had a concern, especially with her getting, lost even with mapping programs, that she had maybe turned off the more specific location devices that were needed for her mapping to function, and it would also be what like police would use if she actually got lost.
Ms. Mitchell, was this a way for you to further control and track Carol Mitchell?
There would have been no way for me to do that.
Well, you were bringing a computer back to her, weren't you?
Yes.
Now, you testified about watching Carol Mitchell's progression over the years. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You've also testified about the loved ones that you've watched suffer from either Alzheimer's or dementia.
Yes.
Okay. And you've talked about paranoia and triggers and things of those natures. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Yet, fully aware of all that, fully aware of Carol Mitchell's Alzheimer's, you still made a decision to break into her house that morning.
Yes.
Okay. That was, in your mind, that was the best course of action. Not telling anybody else, driving 220 miles and breaking into her house.
Objection asked and answered. Sustained.
Ms. Mitchell, how many years was your father married to Carol Mitchell?
They were just about to have an anniversary before he died, and or after. So I think that would have been the 40th. So I believe 39 years.
And your father is no doubt proud of your accomplishments, correct?
I believe he was.
How do you think he would feel about you breaking into his own home?
I think he would be very sad by this whole situation, and that he would support me because he loved Carol, and even if I did it the wrong way, he would have wanted me to do my best to take care of her.
He would have, if he had the capability, he would have put you over his knees and reamed you out and told you, don't you ever dare come near me or my wife again. That is what he would have done. Scaring the love of his life, his wife of 39, almost 40 years, his partner since 44 years. And you did this to her, and you sit there, you shit cunt whore, and say, this? No. I know the type of people, the type of person her dad was. He would never, in a lifetime, have accepted this behavior from you.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. DeGray.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Mitchell, on cross-examination, Mr. McDonald asked you a number of times before I objected why you didn't explain the real reason why you were there once you were outside of Carol Mitchell's presence. Can you explain why you didn't do that?
I'm so sorry.
And please try to get back. I know it's difficult, but please try to stay back.
So when we were in the house, again, I don't remember everything perfectly, but it really felt like she was almost just being allowed to wander around. And so there were times, even if I was, like when I was trying to get my shoes, I didn't remember saying it there until I saw the video, and I was like, why did you say it? And then I saw her in the different view, like wandering around in the background. And so I think it was because I knew she could hear it. But
What about when she's out of presence? Please focus on that. I know why you didn't do it when she was in the basement. When you're apart from her, that's what Mr. McDonald is getting at.
I apologize. So they were going back and forth and telling her everything. I could tell it, you know, like with the laptop and things, and they just kept talking to her. And again, I was hoping to calm everything down, and I had a belief that she could decide, you know, whether or not I would be charged. And I knew that even if I told the police at the station, they would just immediately go back and say, well, she did that, she said this, can you verify it, whatever else. And that would spin her up, and it would make it impossible to try and calm it back down. And I'm not saying every thought I was having in that state was rational, but that was what was in my head.
So even though she was apart from you, she eventually would find out.
I knew that they would tell her.
And you thought that would make her more likely to want to press charges?
Yes.
Okay. On cross-examination, Mr. McDonald asked a question about how you didn't express concern for Carol after you were arrested, and you said no. And he asked you yes or no, and you said no. So I'm going to read a number of statements you made to Officer Sternhager, and I want you to tell me whether or not this was you expressing concern. You said, my dad died last year. She's paranoid. Now she's really paranoid. Was that expressing concern?
Yes.
You then said she's got severe Alzheimer's. Was that expressing concern?
Yes.
You said, after the funeral, my aunts tried to help her. She thinks they stole from her when they were just trying to get her affairs in order. She's progressively cut off the family to include promising us some ashes so we can bury them with the rest of the family. Is that expressing concern?
Yes, the overall behavior.
You say, she's got Alzheimer's. I know this doesn't help, but it's going to prove the point. She's gotten paranoid and thinks we are all out to get her and won't let anyone in the house. Concern?
Yes.
I used to be here all the time. Last time I was here, October or November, and then she just got progressively more paranoid. Concern?
Yes.
We had a fight over the acid situation, and she, at least right now, wouldn't talk to me. It's gotten progressively worse. Concern?
Yes.
So do you stand by your answer to Mr. McDonald that you did express concern about Carol Mitchell after you were arrested?
I wasn't going to say the reason I was there, but all of those things were the real things, and the real things that got me to where we were.
Is the reason you told both Carol Mitchell and the officers that you were there for some certain things of your father's because Carol Mitchell had previously promised you that you could have those?
Yes.
Did you think that would make it more likely that she would believe that and then calm down and possibly, to your knowledge, not ask for you to be charged with a crime?
Yes.
So, what a load of bullshit. What an absolute load of bullshit.
One of the things Mr. McDonald brought into issue was whether or not you were laying down in Carol Mitchell's room or standing up. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And Carol Mitchell said that you were laying down, correct?
Yes.
Did she also say that you and Jonathan had never met? Jonathan Keel?
Yes.
Did she also say that she had attended Rod Mitchell's interment alone?
Yes.
Did she also say before the lunch break that Rod Mitchell died in 1993?
Yes.
Were any of those things true?
No.
Mr. McDonald also referenced a Facebook post that you posted after you were released from jail. In that Facebook post, what was the true statement that you were talking about?
Yeah, we covered that on day 2 of my streams. That is her narrating to the public in order to keep her position as a state senator.
I'm not sure I understand. I apologize.
Did you mention that this was related to Alzheimer's?
Yes.
Was this related to Alzheimer's?
Yes.
Was that the truth?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. McDonald.
So when you're expressing these statements of concern to the officers, are those truths or are those more lies?
They were true.
But yet they're intertwined with your statements of why you were there.
Correct?
And now, on redirect examination for the first time, you're telling us that Carol Mitchell previously promised you these items. Yes?
Yes?
Okay. It wasn't covered in your initial direct, but now you're telling us that. You testified earlier that you've gone through hundreds and hundreds of text messages, yet we have nothing saying that these items were ever promised to you.
We also had a lot of conversations.
So if Carol Mitchell told the 911 operator that she stepped on somebody, you're saying that she's lying?
I am.
I have no further questions.
Sure. This is so bad. Her lying is inexcusably bad. You woke your stepmother up while crawling on the floor. And now you accuse her of lying?
Mr. DeCray.
Did you hear the testimony of Nancy Lund, where she testified that Carol Mitchell was going to give some of Rod Mitchell's possessions to her in order to give them to you?
Yes.
Did that form your belief that those possessions would be yours?
There were a number of conversations about different possessions. So I'm not sure. I already knew that we talked about some of the things, and then some of the things she'd said she would save. She got confused and gave away. I'm not sure. Maybe I don't understand the question.
Do you recall testimony from Jonathan Keel, where he was asked about whether or not Carol Mitchell would have a problem giving you any of those possessions, and he said no?
Yes, I remember that.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. McDonald?
Nothing further.
All right, Ms. Mitchell, you may step down. Again, watch your step.
Thank you.
In my opinion, Nicole Mitchell did not improve her situation on the stand. In my opinion, what happened was that she revealed her true colors as a gaslighter and a liar and a criminal. It was revealed through cross-examination, where she, despite everybody saying, oh, she's such an honest and truthful person, she admits to have the ability, under a stressful situation, to knowingly intertwine lies with truths. Credibility. This is like putting Alec Murdoch on the stand after his reputation was ruined and ask him to explain himself. Now, it's not as severe, but it's still the same type of lying. Because she can't stop lying. She does it so effortless that she does it under stress, according to herself. Her immediate response to being caught with something is lying. This is what she admitted to on the stand. All right. Now, let's go to closing arguments. This will be interesting.
I know I did something bad. Or rather, the defendant knew she did something bad, but now she wants to lie about it. The defendant is a doer, a person who takes charge and gets things done, a senator and a military commander, for God's sakes. When Carol Mitchell buried the defendant's father's ashes, knowing the defendant couldn't attend, a line was drawn in the sand. The defendant did not communicate with Carol Mitchell from that date forward. On the evening of April 21st, the defendant couldn't sleep, and she was ready to take action. She wanted to take back whatever was left of her father's possessions. Getting these items back became her mission. Sometime around midnight, the defendant planned, planned, packed, and dressed for her mission. She put on her best black ninja suit, threw in her pry bar, her muted flashlight, and even her special pair of flashlight gloves. She drove 220 miles to Detroit Lakes. Not even her own moral compass could deter her from her mission. Mr. Ringstrom summarized the issue for you to start this case. The defendant either entered to steal something, or the defendant entered to check on Carol Mitchell. The three things I asked you at the start of this case will lead you to the truth. Trust your eyes and ears. Do not get distracted. Use your common sense and good judgment. If you do these three things, you can be confident in a decision to convict the defendant. Now, during her testimony, the defendant admitted she said things to, quote, save her own skin. She also testified that sometimes you have to lie to protect people. And yesterday, you saw a fine example of that. Her testimony yesterday was carefully crafted to protect the one person that she cares the most about in this case, herself. Now, there is no doubt this began as a tragic family situation. Rod Mitchell's sudden passing was shocking and an ignition point to an already delicate relationship between the defendant and Carol Mitchell. Sadly, Carol Mitchell's Alzheimer's either slowed or hindered the turning over of Rod Mitchell's priceless mementos that the defendant wanted. However, disputes are settled in court, now with crowbars, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, Carol Mitchell is not on trial here. The defendant and the defendant alone is on trial. And now is the time for you to decide the facts. And as tragic as this family situation has played out and how the defendant has handled it horribly, remember that you are not to be influenced by sympathy for her when you make your decision. I'd like to take a moment and walk through the elements and show you how the state has satisfied its burden to each count. Count 1, burglary, the first element. The defendant entered or remained in a building without consent. The defendant admitted that on the stand. She said, I didn't have consent. You can also consider her mode and manner of entry, the early time of the morning. Second element, the building was a dwelling. It's not in dispute here. It's been proven it was Carol Mitchell's residence, 709 Granger Road. Third, another person, not an accomplice, was present in the dwelling. Seen a plethora of body cam footage. You know Carol Mitchell was inside the residence that morning. Defendant admitted that element as well. The fourth element, the defendant entered or remained in the building, dwelling with intent to commit the crime of theft. It's the meat and potatoes of the case. Circle back to it. The last element, that this occurred on April 22nd, 2024. Admitted by the defendant, all sorts of evidence to that effect. Count 2, burglary tools. The defendant had in her possession a device or other instrumentality. You heard her testimony yesterday. She packed up that pry bar before she left Woodbury. Told you how she used it to pry open the egress window. Again, the second element, the defendant had the intent to use the device, the meat and the potatoes of the case. Circle back to it. And again, April 22nd, 2024. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to talk to you about the many lies of Nicole Mitchell. You've all had to deal with people lying to you in your life. In order to catch people in lies, you have to focus on the little details. And when you do that, their stories begin to crumble. First, her overall claim of love and concern for Carol Mitchell. Enduring love and concern. Her aunts, the people that she trusted the most, how did they characterize this relationship? Well, Nancy Lund said they never had a stellar relationship. Cindy Markey said they never got along from day one. Two strong-willed women. It's your reason and common sense tell you, ladies and gentlemen. Second, the medical data. The defendant hacked into Carol Mitchell's My Sanford chart on the evening of April 20th. Never mind the fact that she was not authorized to view Carol Mitchell's private medical data, but whatever she saw was so concerning, so disturbing, that she waited over 24 hours to pack up her quote, welfare kit, and she told nobody. Third, The defense has repeatedly classified this as a welfare check. Now, you've seen all the evidence, the time of night, the outfit, the tools. What does your reason and common sense tell you? Again, she was so concerned for Carol Mitchell that early morning, she did not call or inform anybody. Did not call law enforcement, did not ask for a welfare check. And remember, she had not communicated with Carol Mitchell since that fight on or about March 15th. And their last text exchange was a nasty one. Fourth, defendant testified that the neighbors knew her so well, she had to park on that side street. She couldn't risk being spotted. Didn't want them to notice her. Cross-examination, forgot their names. Don't know them. Fifth, flashlight gloves. Something probably never seen before in your life. Now, the defendant never really offered an explanation why those were in her welfare check toolkit. She just merely said they were bought for camping. Oops, forgot to explain that one. 6, why latex gloves were packed with her. She testified that she wasn't sure what she would find. Implied maybe that she was worried about cleaning up feces. Does that make any sense? Did she pack any bleach, any paper towels? The defendant over-explaining things is a classic example of her lies. 7, her explanation of why she had to use the basement window. She testified, I had a key. I looked through the window and I saw the door jam device. But yet, she told you she packed that pry bar before she left Woodbury. Who packs a freaking pry bar? Just in case. Reason, common sense. 8, the defendant testified that she, quote, has a key for this house. There's no key that's been offered into evidence. The only proof of the defendant having a key is her testimony. This is convenient testimony by an admitted liar, ladies and gentlemen. Do not buy it. 9, flashlight had a sock on it. It was my child's. Continue to over-explain. You can check. I think his name is on it. Ladies and gentlemen, you can check when you deliberate. You can examine that flashlight. I couldn't find a name, but if you can. 10, defendant claims she was never lying next to Carol Mitchell's bed. Ms. Schotterhoff can have.
Please have some dirt.
Replay the 911 audio for you, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh.
Somebody just broke into my house. I just ran down into my basement.
What's your address?
709 Granger Avenue.
Granger Road in DL?
Granger Road. Yeah.
Better living car for Rocketburg, Granger. 3746, individual broken into the house and ran down in the basement, 709 Granger Road.
Okay, break it out the back window or what?
Did you get a look at him at all?
No, it was completely dark. I tripped over him. He was on the floor next to my bed. He ran downstairs into my basement.
Okay. Did you hear him breaking out the window in the basement?
I did not hear anything right now.
Okay. What, did it sound like he was breaking something?
I don't know. Maybe the window's already open down there. There's a basement, a drop window. It can crank open. I don't know. Please just stay here.
All right, I'll stay on the line with you. Don't worry. I have officers en route right now. If you hear anything, just let me know what's going on, okay? Are you armed?
I have a little steak knife in my hand right now.
Steak knife? Okay. All right.
I don't know why they could have. I don't see any, my yard lights haven't come on outside or anything, you know, if there was no light in the back or anything.
Did you notice any vehicles or anything like that?
No, I haven't.
So the car found like the individual broke in. RP got up and almost tripped over whoever was lying down by the house before they ran into the basement. Okay, am I speaking with Carol?
Yes. I don't know what the hell going on. Oh my God.
Did you hear anything at all?
No.
Yeah. This is the minutes that Nicole, if she was there, out of concern from her, She could have shouted, "Carol, it's Nicole. Don't be scared. It's Nicole." And what did she do? She hid. Because the wee-woos came there too soon, so she didn't have time, or discovered she didn't have time to get herself out of there without being caught running from the crime scene. So she hid. Throughout this phone call, she could have screamed up, "Carol, it's Nicole. I'm sorry. I just wanted to check on you." And she didn't.
There's a drop window. She doesn't know if he's got it open yet or not.
On the back side of the house, yeah.
What's that?
On the back side of the house, yeah. I just turned the mall light on in my backyard, and I'm trying to look out over that window. And
Did you hear or see any vehicles drive away?
no, I just heard something and I went downstairs now.
Female police, she's over here.
Okay.
She believes she's heard something else in the basement.
Is that place?
There's the officers that just came outside your residence, yeah. You just came out there.
Okay. Hold on a second. Get it here. There's a shop window in the back side of the house, and I was going to check. He ran down there.
All right, Carol. You can.
Did I hang up?
Yep, you can hang up.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Then, ladies and gentlemen, a few days later, Chief Todd returned to Carol Mitchell's home.
While we're up here, could you show us your bedroom and where the person was that you stepped on?
Yeah. Down here. She was laying right here with her head.
Let me get up here with my body camera so you can describe it. Okay?
Okay, I sleep here.
Yep.
And she was laying right here. Her head was at that end and her feet at this.
Okay. Is there anything that you
There's
keep?
3 drawers under there, but there's
What do you keep in those drawers?
socks, underwear. You know, I checked to see if there was any. This is just an empty box. I was checking to make sure that's just, you know.
Okay, just
But I did keep, for a long time, I kept my pistol.
okay.
And I'm sure.
So you leaned up, you stepped out of bed, and you
Well,
actually.
something woke me, and I sleep with earplugs,
Mhm.
so I couldn't figure out what it was that woke me.
Yep.
If it was a loud sound, or if what. So I just, what was that? And I stepped on, and I stepped on a body,
Oh.
and it moved.
Yeah.
And I went, what the hell? And I jumped on like this and grabbed, because I thought it was like a little kid or something.
Uh-huh.
I didn't think it. And then when it was bigger, well, at first I thought, a man had broken, but it was too small for a big man. So then I thought it was a little boy or some teenager got in or something. And then she shot out, ran out down the hall through the kitchen and down into the basement.
Okay. 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 I'll follow you now. Thank you.
Basement?
So, and you definitely saw this person hang around
Yes,
and go
I
down.
was right behind her.
Okay.
And I still thought it was a boy. I never, until you guys told me it was Nicole, I didn't know. Okay.
Carol Mitchell might be battling Alzheimer's, but this event will be something forever etched in her mind. She told the 911 dispatcher she stepped on a body. She told it again to Chief Todd. Again, it's the little things that prove lies. Then, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the testimony yesterday that she lied to the officers 4 times because she didn't want to upset Carol. Yet, we've heard from 2 defense witnesses, Nancy Lund, honest, trustworthy, Jay Brody, talked about her raving reviews as a commander, her honesty, trustworthy. Then we look at the context of the defendant's testimony yesterday. She said she was very stressed out, never had a gun pointed at me before. Yet she wants you to believe that she was capable of this quick lie, this plan, because she didn't want to upset Carol Mitchell. I encourage you to review the defendant's demeanor on the body camera footage. I submit to you she was telling the truth on April 22nd, 2024. And if you believe that she was telling the truth to the officers, then you know she had the intent to steal. She told you. She told the officers. Again, maintain number 12. She maintained that the lies to the police were so she didn't upset Carol Mitchell. But yet you look at her statements, many of them are after she's separated from Carol Mitchell. Back of the squad and at the jail. Then, ladies and gentlemen, number 13, we turn to the defendant's elaborate story of what she did in the house. Remember all the things she checked on, the important kitty litter box and deep freeze inspections that justified this home break-in? I'm going to play Officer Wolfie's body cam for you at about the 21:35 mark.
Hi. What's your name? Are those laptops in your backpack yours?
Yes.
Okay. She's saying she's missing 2 laptops.
I can show you one. It's got like this Minecraft game on it.
What's the other one for?
I have one for work.
Okay. And then she's saying something about tin box. That was a question. It was in question last.
I can't believe she brought her government-issued work laptop to the crime scene. I'm quite sure that's not allowed.
I literally had just got in the house. I hadn't had time to do anything.
Okay. All right.
I'm clearly not good at this, but
Yeah. So, sounds good.
again, she
Hadn't had time to do anything. Again, another classic over-explanation. Item 14, regarding the checklist in her backpack. She testified that delete texts and contacts actually means that she wants to make sure Carol didn't delete people from her phone. That's her checklist, her shorthand. Another over-explanation. What does your reason and common sense tell you? I'd like to circle back to the most important issue here, the defendant's claim that she was lying to the officers on April 22nd. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, she's had 15 months to think about this and prepare for her testimony yesterday, to craft her story around the evidence. Officer Sternhagen is a highly trained officer, and I submit to you, he would have noted deception by the defendant. Defendant's spontaneous and truthful statements to law enforcement on April 22nd, 2024 are extremely damning to her. So yesterday she had to come up with a story. What the defendant said in those tense moments after being detained by the police is the truth, period. She said she was there to take items, and that readily proves her intent to commit a theft. I ask that you find her guilty. Thank you.
And that was 23 minutes of state closing argument. Let's see how long. Jesus Christ. Okay, an hour of defense. Folks, the defense opening statement was an orgy of gaslighting. I don't think this will be better.
Mr. Ringstrom?
Thank you, Your Honor.
they say is related to the context of the situation. So Mr. Brody testified to this morning. When we search our own consciences, when we know that we are fundamentally honest people, we all know that we have told white lies. Nicole Mitchell, a month ago, told a white lie to her children because something terrifying happened, and she did not want to terrify her children. Does that call her character into question? The thing that she said to those kids was not true, but she said it because if she had told them the truth, it would have caused a trauma that few children would ever experience. At the beginning of this case, before opening statements, when we were asking you questions to determine who would sit in this jury, one of you being questioned was asked about Alzheimer's patients.
I'm going to play this in 1.5.
And she told you, in her experience, that sometimes you say things that aren't true so that you don't aggravate the situation. We all know the difference between a white lie and a meaningful, damaging one. The problem is that this happened in the context of something that was a terrible mess. A mess that Nicole made, but it was a mess. And the state wants you to fixate on that because the actual evidence in this case is contrary to what they want you to believe that those white lies were about. And let's really think about what the state absolutely needs you to believe. The state needs you to believe that Nicole Mitchell, a person who has spent 30 years in the military, a legislator, a mom, a lawyer, and a daughter herself to two separate moms, each with Alzheimer's, would drive 3 hours to take a shirt that had already been promised to her. That she would throw away her entire life for some things she knew she was going to get anyway. If somebody believes she was there to steal, she never would have left the basement.
You have to come to a decision here, defense. How much did Nicole Mitchell lie? Because now you're claiming you can prove she was there to steal because she didn't take anything because she was interrupted. It's not a good defense. Your defense is, well, she might not only have been there to steal. She was there to do other shit as well. It's not a good defense either.
That's where Rod's things were. If somebody believed she was there to steal, she never would have gone upstairs. Going upstairs means welfare check.
No.
The state can't have it both ways.
It means she was out for
the
more.
moment you understand the real reason she was there, the welfare check, Nicole's white lies make perfect sense. The state has focused on things that are not relevant to the accusations in the instructions. Nicole Mitchell exercised poor judgment about how she did the welfare check. She told you as much. That's not a crime.
Gaslighting.
The state wants you to feel bothered by that and create the illusion that somehow that's a reason to convict her of these crimes. She's not charged with lying. Once Rod Mitchell died, no one else on the planet knew Carol Mitchell truly better than Nicole Mitchell did. And she knew that Carol was deleting texts and isolating herself from people who care for her.
She isolated herself
I resent,
from that
and I think
part
you
of
should
the family. Not all of them.
Some of the testimony about how Carol and Nicole Mitchell had an acrimonious relationship somehow means they don't love each other. Has anyone had an acrimonious relationship with someone they love? Is that really beyond reason and common sense? I suspect if you on the jury are like most of the rest of us here, most of your most acrimonious relationships are with people you care about and people you love. It's because the love binds us, and sometimes we don't get along. So what? One thing that is often true about a prosecutor's case, when they don't have the right facts, they will misstate the law and ignore the facts that create reasonable doubt. The state told you to use your common sense. The expression common sense is in the instructions the court gave you. But the standard is reason and common sense. If we use pure reason, we look like logic robots and we can make silly mistakes. If we use pure common sense, we activate our biases. The other set of instructions that you were told you about. You must use both if you are faithful to the instructions the court gave you. Do not let the state deceive you from that. Sergeant Glander testified that you cannot ascertain a person's intent from damage to the window. He agreed that a point of entry of the window could be consistent with other things, trespassing, damage to the property. You can't ascertain a person's intent from that. Now, there was testimony from 2, possibly 3 state's witnesses, law enforcement officers, about the mistakes that they made in the investigation. And the implication was that everybody...
Yeah, this I agree with. They did mistakes in this investigation. They should have taken Nicole's phone from her. I can't for the life of me understand why they didn't. Except she is a state senator. Here's the issue with that, Mr. Defense Attorney. Why didn't she volunteer it? Now, she doesn't have a burden of proof. But she does have the obligation, when she is on the stand, to actually back up the things she says. And in my opinion, she failed miserably at it. Because these carefully curated, narrated text messages was probably the only thing they could actually show. Because the rest of it would be Nicole being an absolute shit to her stepmother.
In this case is to get grace, except for Nicole Mitchell. It's okay that law enforcement makes mistakes. We are fallible human beings. It's not okay if those mistakes cut against the citizen accused. And let's be really, really clear about this. There is only one side being tested here. There is only one case here. It is the state's case. And there is something that criminal defense attorneys who protect people's rights are always afraid of. That when they call witnesses, which we don't always do, that it creates the illusion in the minds of the jury that there's a case here and a case there, and that we have to prove something. We have to prove nothing. Every piece of evidence that we brought up, whether it was through cross-examination, which is evidence, whether it was calling witnesses, whether it was introducing an exhibit, is solely to do one thing, to point out the reasonable doubts in the state's case. There is only one case here. That is what you are here to evaluate. The state decides what charges to bring. They decide what tests they're going to take. It is such an important test that the standard is extremely high. And the way they have to pass the test is by meeting the standards imposed by multiple parties. The court obviously has a special role, and you will get a copy of the instructions. These show the exact standards that the state has to meet to pass this test. The defense is tasked with pointing out every single mistake that the state made. And the jury is tasked with judging every single piece of evidence, deciding what weight to assign to every single piece of that evidence, including no weight at all if the jury decides that. Looking at every single reasonable doubt that the defense points out and finding reasonable doubts on their own. The fact that I may not talk about a reasonable doubt here doesn't mean it doesn't exist. You get to investigate and find your own. And that is part of your professional charge here. That is professional. It's part of your obligation here to find those reasonable doubts. What has the state spent the most time trying to prove? That Nicole Mitchell came up in the middle of the night. That she wore dark clothing and a black cap. That she parked on a side street. And that she came in through a window. That's the how, which we know and basically everybody agrees on. But the state has, in my estimation, pretty shamefully tried to convince you that the why doesn't matter, that the intent can be ignored. But the intent is everything.
She admitted to the intent. She was there to steal.
But before I get into an argument, my argument for you, we're going to talk about some of the reasonable doubts that are clear. Carol Mitchell is clearly and obviously struggling with Alzheimer's. It would be an act of unkindness and unhelpful to go through it in any aggressive way. It was clear from the beginning. It was clear based on what Jonathan Keel said that Rod's death really set it off.
And still, there she was, quite clear, quite lucid. She had family and friends to help her out, just not Nicole's family, because they went there and behaved like shitheads. So she threw them out.
But I want to talk about a few of them to make sure that we remember that this really is a problem, that this really was something that Carol's struggling with.
And it doesn't matter.
Carol says it's a lavender pry bar.
It does not matter that Carol suffered from early onset Alzheimer's, because Nicole Mitchell broke in with the intent to steal.
Very big, but of course in reality it was much smaller and blue. I had never seen that before in a trial in my career. This woman who's doing the best she could literally says that's not the crowbar. Carol testified to you that Rod Mitchell died in 1993.
Yeah, look what your client did to her. If properly handled, Alzheimer's can't be cured, but the effects of it can be negated for a very long time. Your client, already knowing what Carol's husband's death did to her, made it so much worse.
That is the kind of mistake, literally a generation apart in terms of when he passed, that attests to the deterioration. Nicole Mitchell was not added as a contact in Carol Mitchell's phone until March 10th, 2024. This is exactly what Nicole Mitchell feared. That Carol Mitchell deleted texts and deleted contacts on her phone. We know this for a fact. There's text messages introduced that show they had communication. Special Agent Vic Mark testified that when he looked at Carol's phone, there were no text messages between Carol and Nicole. It's just patently mistaken. We know that they were there. And this raises a mistake, a scary mistake, a mistake that endangers Nicole Mitchell's future, that they did not extract that phone. Special Agent Vic Mark testified that he had Carol Mitchell's phone, but he didn't do an extraction.
And what did you do to curate that, defense attorney? If all this evidence was on the phone to clear Nicole, where is it? Where is it?
He never even testified whether he asked her if he could do that. So we don't know all the exchanges. We don't know whether she'd been scammed. What we do know is what Nicole Mitchell experienced through her exchanges with Carol Mitchell, through her exchanges with people that are close to her. And the evidence has shown that nobody is actually deeply taking care of Carol Mitchell. It is poignant to me that if you were to talk to Carol Mitchell and you didn't know her and talk to her for a minute or two, she would seem like a completely put together human being. That it takes time to see the breakdown. It takes time to see the forgetfulness. Pam Muxfeld wasn't really taking care of her. Pam Muxfeld didn't see it as a big deal when Nicole contacted her. Pam Muxfeld testified to you that in her estimation, it wasn't quite what other people thought. Jonathan Keel hadn't taken her to medical appointments. He lives in the cities. Mr. Jim Headland, the friend of the late Rod Mitchell, he made a commitment, a promise to help her, but it was clear from his memory, from his abilities, he wasn't in a position to genuinely help her. Dee Lindholm, Pam Muxfeld testified that her mom, Dee Lindholm, was too old to be power of attorney, much less manage someone else who was struggling with Alzheimer's. And certainly not her neighbors or friends. That's a duty for someone who's a neighbor or a friend to take up for someone. Another reasonable doubt is that Nicole clearly believed in her heart that Carol was struggling. We have seen this evidence. We have seen that no one was stepping up for her. It is a misrepresentation by the state. He misrepresented it in his cross-examination of Ms. Mitchell yesterday. I submit that he misrepresented it in his closing today. That
Really?
Nicole didn't express
You didn't object, did you?
concern about Carol Mitchell's paranoia or Alzheimer's when she was in custody for that period of time. Nicole Mitchell does tell Officer Sternhagen about Carol's paranoia. Nicole Mitchell does bring up Alzheimer's repeatedly.
Yeah. Which she just made worse. That is not out of concern. That is for making excuses for something she did, breaking and entering with the intent to steal. This is not a flex, defense attorney.
It does come up. We expect state witnesses to tell the truth and to tell the whole truth. And it is problematic when every single law enforcement officer who testified on direct did not admit that Nicole Mitchell had none of Rod or Carol's belongings until after I asked them that question. That is a fact that should have been readily presented to you straight away. It should not have been hidden from you. Nicole Mitchell didn't have any of these possessions. And I ask you, when you go back and you're deliberating and talking, you know, these other things about a laptop, which we know had nothing to do with this. The bobber, which wasn't there, had already been sent to Nicole. These other things, they're not part of it. But Nicole Mitchell didn't have any of these things. Every law enforcement officer asked said, well, one, they were all reluctant to testify about it. I didn't see this, I didn't see that. There were no piles of items or mementos staged by these windows. There was no bag of anything. And there were certainly none of these things in Nicole Mitchell's backpack. You just keep coming back to the basics.
Yeah. She went to the bedroom and then worked herself back out again. It's not a flex, defense attorney. It's not a flex.
That's where Rod's stuff is. Why on earth, if somebody intends to steal something, would they not just do it and leave? The state
Because
needs you.
They wanted more?
Nicole Mitchell says, I'm clearly not very good at this. Clearly, she's not. She failed to help to get Carol the help that she needs. If Nicole Mitchell had been good at this, she would have been able to take pictures. She would have been able to document things, make good notes. She would be able to make sure that Carol Mitchell's location was known to the other people who actually lived in the area. So at least that they would have been on notice.
She's a lawmaker with a law degree and a military commander. And now you claim she's a moron, so she didn't know to do the right thing.
We know Nicole Mitchell wasn't good at this because Carol doesn't understand what's going on, and no one is fully helping her to this day. When Carol Mitchell testified, she was being asked very simple questions, very easy questions. You may recall she was searching through the courtroom for answers, and the judge did have to remind her she wasn't able to do that. She's not getting the help she needs.
Oh, the victim blaming again. The progression of her illness is because your client didn't want to save Carol from this. Your client, because since the state has to prove every element of the crime, that forces them to call Carol as a witness. But Nicole wanted to save a job. Her cozy government position. So, on top of her and her aunts terrorizing Carol after Carol's husband died, and then when she threw them out, you're not welcome here anymore. Nicole goes to burglarize her, continuing the terror they subjected Carol for. Of course, Carol's Alzheimer's gets worse when Nicole and her aunts won't let her be. Your client, Mr. Defense Attorney, through this entire proceeding, she could have pled out. If she was so concerned, if that was her priority, she would have pled. She's a meteorologist. She can go meteorology somewhere. She can get another job. No, she wanted a cozy government position as a senator. Because it's everybody else's fault. Carol Mitchell's current medical status could have been much better if not for Nicole Mitchell and her aunts. But they could not handle that the wife got the stuff after he died. They could not. They pretended, it's everything is okay. You do that, but the actions of Carol and the other side of the family, helping Carol, her friends, her neighbors helping Carol, while Carol threw them out, it speaks volumes to who is the bad guys here. And it's your client and her aunts.
The note that the state lost, but fortunately was preserved in a flash on a body camera. The note shows what Nicole Mitchell intended to do, and it shows that she was right. Checking for deleted texts. She was right.
That was a to-do list of what she was going to do on Carol's phone, in Carol's computer, because she already admitted she hacked into Carol's medical records and bank accounts. This is in line of what she did to make Carol worse. To gain access to everything.
And nothing on that note says anything about the state's claims of intent. Can you imagine if that note had said, go find a shirt, go find mementos? Good Lord, that would be the whole case. The note shows Nicole Mitchell's intent to go check on Carol Mitchell.
No, gaslighting, more gaslighting.
And in the context of all this relationship, this strained relationship, her love for her stepmom, a love for her stepmom that was different than the love for her own biological mom. She was also loyal to Carol Mitchell because Carol loved Rod, Rod loved Nicole, Nicole loved Rod. It was entangled. She was loyal to her dad and by extension loyal to Carol, above and beyond her loyalty to Carol Mitchell. Jonathan Keel really seemed to struggle to testify about a lot of things. He actually didn't remember a conversation he had had just a few weeks before with an investigator. I mean, a few weeks before this trial. But he did tell Sergeant Glander, and Sergeant Glander put in his report, there was never a disagreement and that Carol had been holding items of Rod's for Nicole and her boys, knowing that they would want those items. So let's think about the only item that really seems to be an issue here. The flannel shirt. The flannel shirt was hanging all by itself. The flannel shirt was hanging by itself with a bunch of other clothes. The flannel shirt had not been taken off. It hadn't been crumpled up. It hadn't been put in a bag. It hadn't been put by a window. It was hanging there. Nicole Mitchell had wanted that shirt. That would have been a pretty easy one. She turned the lights on. She went in the house, used the bathroom, and turned the lights on. It would have been so easy to take this shirt, and it wasn't touched. When we think about intent, let's think about the facts. There's an expression in the military that we don't rise to the circumstances. We fall to the level of our training. That's why the more specialized someone in the military is, the more training they need, because when things get crazy, you've got to be able to think clearly. Nicole Mitchell intended to check on Carol Mitchell, and of course everything exploded. And it was her fault that it exploded, but it exploded. And law enforcement was right to deploy their firearms. But that doesn't change the fact that that's a traumatic experience. When correction officer Eric Scott testified, he said that Nicole Mitchell at the jail, so this is like 40 minutes later, did not seem to be intentionally uncooperative, but more seemed to be able to not be able to focus on the directives given her. This is a surreal experience for Nicole Mitchell. You can blame her for causing the circumstances. It is surreal. The state's really fixated on this finger flashlight. I've always thought of it as a silly thing. It's not a flashlight I would want to buy. I talk to people and they think it's a perfectly good idea. She said she had it for camping, and importantly, it is absolutely in evidence it was purchased before Rod Mitchell died, like February of 2023. So we're literally talking about...
It doesn't matter when she bought it. It matters that she brought it to the burglary. Because even flashlight with a sock on it, it would mean that as she was rummaging around under her stepmother's bed, looking for stuff, she thought, well, great idea to have this. That way, instead of holding a flashlight, I'm just going to do the...
a year and 2 months before this incident. So it looks fancy, it looks weird, it looks specialized. It's just a thing she had. She brought 2 flashlights. She brought this flashlight. She brought this flashlight that has a sock on it that's held there by a rubber band. This is not my exhibit. I've never been able to touch this flashlight. But Mr. McDonald invited you to look for her son's name under the sock. It's his exhibit. Do it. Do it. As we talked about, it is okay that law enforcement make mistakes sometimes, but it's not okay to hold those mistakes against the citizen accused, against Nicole Mitchell. The state didn't secure the backpack. They didn't secure the keys. They didn't secure the note. The state wants to hold it against the citizen accused who can't execute search warrants, who can't seize things, who can't find records using government power, that she doesn't have these things. It is the state's responsibility to preserve evidence.
That I agree with. Imagine if she wasn't caught red-handed. They would have nothing. Absolutely nothing. Imagine if she was caught outside walking to her car. It would still look really, really suspicious. But they fucked up some of the evidence. Now, if this was a contended trial with some difficulties understanding the evidence, that would have been an enormous problem. Here she is admitting to her crimes on body cam, and she makes up this absolutely imbecile story pretending to care about her stepmother.
We talked about this a little bit, but let's really go through it. In the 37 minutes between when Nicole Mitchell has law enforcement contact and when she gets placed in her cell, she knows that law enforcement is going to keep talking to Carol and telling Carol Mitchell what Nicole Mitchell says. Why does she know that? For the same reason you know that. Because we have body camera videos where Carol Mitchell is literally milling around in this situation. Carol Mitchell and Nicole Mitchell are having a dialogue. It's going back and forth. Nicole Mitchell knows very well that whatever she says to law enforcement is going to get back to Carol Mitchell. You can see the officers going back and forth inside and outside the house. If Nicole Mitchell tells them the truth in that moment, then Carol Mitchell will find out. She has to maintain that white lie to protect Carol Mitchell.
This is so stupid.
As somebody who is a criminal law practitioner, I know very well that alleged victims don't drop charges. It doesn't work that way. It does not work that way. That is the sentiment.
Your client is a lawmaker with a law degree. Ignorance of the law is not a defense. Now, if this was a random, yeah, that could make up to an excuse. This isn't a random. This is a person who is actively making laws. It's not an excuse.
A feeling that a lot of people have. Maybe it's from TV, maybe it's because it used to be more common in years past. Nicole Mitchell believes that Carol Mitchell can drop the charges. And she still believes that telling this white lie about these things is the right thing to do until she is in the jail. And the officer, when she asks, can she drop charges? The officer says, that's not a thing. If you watch that video again, that is the moment, that is the instant Nicole Mitchell stops talking about it.
That is the instant Nicole Mitchell stops talking is when she realizes that the phone that she claimed was gifted to her 6 months before or something of the sort still had, as she logged in, still had Carol's name on it. Really? The laptop she gifted to you to gift to your boys to use, and you kept her name on it? Why wouldn't you change name? Well, why didn't your factory reset it? Well, it's because you're a fucking liar, Nicole Mitchell. I'm convinced she has, on a prior occasion, entered Carol Mitchell's home, stole that laptop in order to find more things out. What do I base this off? Well, because she brought it back, probably to return it, because Carol, it's missing. The laptop is missing. That's what she says. So this is just a weapon for Nicole to use against Carol to make it seem like she's more confused. And remember, one of the things she said she was there to do was to go through the phone and install things on it. That is perfectly in line with what she did with the laptop while she brought it back. She is an insanely horrible person, Nicole Mitchell. What she did to her stepmother, worsening her condition.
That's the instant she realizes that this family spat, that this confused mess that she created is not going to go away when Carol Mitchell realizes what's going on. When she realizes that this white lie is not going to do what needed to be done, it's not going to protect Carol Mitchell, it's not going to protect her, it's not going to serve the interests of anyone, she's done talking. And she had a personal experience about it. She knew from personal experience that people can drop charges. It's problematic in a case like this when the state uses its power to get pieces of evidence that tell part of the story, but not the whole story. That tell part of the story that they want, but not the story that the jury deserves. That there was a search warrant for what they call the audit log of Carol Mitchell's Sanford My Chart, but not a search warrant for Carol Mitchell's medical records. Nicole Mitchell testified to what she saw on that Sanford My Chart account. And that is absolutely unrebutted testimony. The state failed to get those records. They failed to let anyone in this case see them. And the evidence that we have is the evidence that came in through Nicole Mitchell.
Evidence she should never have had. She was... if you not have specific written permission, you do not have, unless your power of attorney, which she knew she wasn't. Nicole Mitchell is not allowed to have access to Carol's medical records. She broke in, and for the life of me, I can't believe she's in charge with it.
I'm embarrassed to admit this. But someone pointed out a reasonable doubt to me that I hadn't thought of, which is that Nicole Mitchell had been to this residence like at least 5 times following the death of Rod Mitchell and before the incident. 5 times. She was down in the basement to reprogram the television, first to set up the Roku and then to reset it and put the DVD player, install the DVD player with the television. 5 times where opportunities to retrieve these things would have been so easy.
That was before. That was not her priority back then, because back then her aunt's priority was to be assholes to Carol. Because there were more important things to steal for them than the memorabilia. This is not reasonable doubt, Mr. Defense Attorney. This is showing that the stealing thing was later on her list, and probably to screw with Carol. Because if Nicole had gotten away with it, return the laptop, removing memorabilia, Carol would have been confused and said, well, the laptop is back, but Rod's his things are missing. And Nicole would have just, well, we haven't done anything. This is more intent that the underlying crime here, besides the burglary, was to fuck with Carol so her Alzheimer's would become worse sooner.
Carol's not remembering much. The state wants to impute this bad intention, but also impute this sophistication. That was a person's intention. Why on earth wouldn't you just do it when you had permission to be there in the middle of the day when Carol Mitchell wouldn't have noticed when you're downstairs? This is evidence against this intent claim. This is a doubt based on reason. And we will talk about what a real reasonable doubt is. But any one reasonable doubt as to the element of intent is enough. We need to keep exploring for each and every one. As I said, you are entitled to assign any weight to the state's evidence, including no weight at all. You can evaluate it within its context. The reason we have reasonable doubt is actually not what most people think. Reasonable doubt exists to protect a jury. You are here to evaluate whether the state has met this extremely high burden. And by being subject to this extremely high burden, they have to prove to you that every single doubt based upon reason is ruled out, that there can be no doubts based on reason. And why? Because a jury who is sworn to sit in judgment of another human being has to live with their verdict for the rest of their lives. That is the main reason for proof beyond a reasonable doubt. We are glad, we as a society are glad that proof beyond a reasonable doubt protects citizens accused, that only those where the burden has been met can be marked with that guilty conviction. But its core purpose is to protect the jury, because the weight on a jury of a wrongful conviction lasts forever. Now, 18 years ago, the 35W bridge collapsed down in Minneapolis. It was a pretty new bridge. It was designed with modern techniques and modern materials, but it had a structural weakness. It was a structural weakness that would have been easily noticed if the right people had thought about it. It was always a deficient bridge, but no one fully noticed it until it was too late, and 13 people died. A prosecutor's case is like a bridge. If there is any reasonable chance that the structure could fail, then it has to be scrapped. It doesn't matter if it's mostly good. It doesn't matter if it looks good. It doesn't matter how much it costs. It doesn't matter whose reputation is on the line. It doesn't matter who desperately wants you to believe that the bridge is sound. If there is any reasonable question about its integrity, then it should be scrapped, because the stakes are just too high. However, when a faulty criminal case is built by the state, and they have convinced a jury that their faulty case is really good, that mistake usually sits silently. It sits silently with the accused, who knows the truth, but is left to sit alone for years with its weight. The mistake also sits silently with the jurors, Because as much as the state wants to make this about Nicole Mitchell, it is not. It is solely about whether the state built a bridge so absolutely sound that they eliminated every single reasonable question about its integrity. So much that we would send our children and family across this bridge. Now, you're not bridge builders. You are inspectors. How does it feel to be an inspector who confidently thought the bridge was sound, only to see people fall to their death? Jurors in the past sometimes didn't listen to reasonable doubts and convicted, only to learn years and sometimes decades later that a human being's life was taken away by a wrongful conviction. Now, how do we know this? We know it for a fact because of what are called DNA exonerations. Those defendants looked guilty. They looked guilty to juries just like you. Some of those defendants testified and were made to look inconsistent by prosecutors. Some of them even falsely confessed or had the meanings of their words twisted by the state to look like a confession. But the jury used their common sense instead of the reasonable doubt standard, and they convicted. You see, that's why it doesn't matter how much evidence the state piles up. A doubt based on reason and common sense is the way to avoid this. And that's why the reasonable doubt standard is so crucial. Those defendants who were exonerated looked guilty to those juries, because those juries sat in a courtroom where endless state witnesses piled things on and made the accused look as bad as possible. The problem is, and this is where we talk about some of the instructions, if all you have to use is common sense tells you where there's smoke, there's fire. But when you combine reason and common sense, then you have to rule out the possibility of dust or fog, that the smoke came from somewhere else. When you combine reason and common sense, the government has to rule out the reasonable possibility that Nicole was checking on her stepmom, that she's may have even seen things of her dad's and ignored them, that she was focused on making sure Carol's phone was functional so that she wouldn't get lost and experience tragedy. You can tell when the state wants you to ignore reasonable doubt because they will sneer at the defense and imply it's ridiculous.
They are just asking the jury to believe Nicole on the body cam. She went there to steal. The reason she didn't steal was because she woke her stepmother up, so she didn't have time to actually put it in there, because she went up there now looking for something, altering things in stepmother's phone, steal stuff, go back downstairs, return stuff, and then leave. Just to make it seem to the rest of the family and friends that Carol was more confused than she actually was. That's the whole story, and she got caught.
If they could rule out all the reasonable doubts, they would calmly do so. This decision is a decision that you cannot take back. There are two ways for a state to prove a case such that a jury is to find them guilty. They can prove beyond all possibility of doubt, and that is instructed to be guilty. Or they can prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And the court also instructs a jury to find them guilty if it is beyond all reasonable doubts. But anything less than that is not guilty. This is not like college. This is the toughest test in the legal system. Yes, it is hard to prove this. Why? Because of the effect on the jury and effect on the citizen. We do it this way because this is how we put a check on the state, a check on the government. Whether any of you think this is unfair, this is the way it has been for a very long time. And the danger comes when people don't take it seriously. Because as we talked about before, when there are reasonable doubts, there can be wrongful convictions.
Your client made Carol's condition worse. She admitted to breaking an entry with intent to steal. She was probably there to do much, much worse. This story of hers does not make sense.
This is what it looks like. The state should always want to take up that burden. Let's talk a little bit about
what the actual fuck. Out of all the diagrams over where is the guilty versus not guilty things I've ever seen, most of them are decent because they explain it. She's probably guilty, not guilty verdict. I'm convinced she did it, not guilty. The only top answer is beyond any reasonable doubt. Did they prove their case? All elements of the case. That is the only. This. What the fuck is this? His explanations leaves out for the prosecution, for the case, for the jury to come to a guilty verdict. This is stupid. No, this is stupid.
Let's talk a little bit about burglary and burglary tools. The state asked you to consider why Nicole Mitchell had the pry bar, and she told you because the screen door was sticky. She already admitted he was going to go in without permission, and she said that it actually bent when she kind of had to hit and do this other thing in the basement window. The defense is always afraid when there are two charges like this, because a jury might want to split the difference and give something to the state, something to the defense. But as the burglary accusation goes, so goes the burglary tools accusation. Where there's no intent to steal, where there's reasonable doubt as intent to steal, there's no burglary. And where there's no burglary tools. As you look at this case and realize that there is reasonable doubt as to intent as to burglary, this pry bar is just a pry bar. Again, they could have charged Ms. Mitchell with anything that they wanted, with anything else related to this pry bar. But when she is not guilty of burglary, she is not guilty of burglary tools. As I wrap up, I am reminded of something that Nicole said yesterday about an exchange that she had with her family, and I think it was in December of 2022. I didn't remember this. Some of you may have. And an elderly woman with some dementia got lost here in Detroit Lakes. And a state trooper figured out, he heard it on dispatch, and he immediately came back. He wasn't detailed to it. He just decided to check, and he kind of used his investigatory ability, and he found this lady in like November or December sitting on the riprap on the side of the lake, getting close to freezing to death. When we hear these stories, when we experience these tragedies, they resonate with us. They stick inside us. They shape how we behave. As a peacetime veteran, I can't help but having reverence for combat veterans like Officer Sternhagen. It's just wired into me. Nicole Mitchell feared the loss of people in her life. Those stories stuck with her. They shape us. The good things shape us, the bad things shape us. And with that cascade of tragedy and terrible news stories about near misses here in our community, it makes sense that she was so activated by all this. One of the hardest things for some juries to accept is that the questions the judge needs them to answer aren't really the questions they want to answer. You want to answer questions that aren't in front of you. Sometimes juries kind of wish they were more like a TV judge, like Judge Judy. You hear everything, you look at all the evidence, and you decide.
Usually addressing what juries do and don't is objected to, but I think that the prosecution, they've seen the jury, so they actually allow this to continue because this is digging a grave. This is guilt tripping the jury. And the jury knows it.
You did this right and you did this wrong. You did that right and you did that wrong. And I'm going to give you this and give you that. And this is what I'm going to order. To kind of put it all in a ball and fix it. You haven't been given that choice. You haven't been given that choice. You haven't been given the opportunity to decide what should happen because Carol Mitchell was justifiably terrified. You haven't been given an opportunity to decide how much Nicole Mitchell should pay for that window. You haven't been given an opportunity to decide what should happen to Rod Mitchell's shirt. You haven't been given an opportunity to decide how Carol Mitchell should be cared for. But you should feel comfortable knowing that your job in evaluating the state's work here, it still allows other disputes, other courtrooms, and other places. This job, the job that you have been given, is beyond important. A criminal jury is one of the only political bodies, and that's what you are. You are an assembled political body here to evaluate the state's work and decide whether it met.
What? Assembled political body? No. That's not a political. Well, it's a constitutional right to be judged by a jury of your peers. But calling them, I don't think this goes over well when the defendant is a politician who lies on the stand and lies to cops. To call them a political assembly? So stupid.
The very high standard that we have had for hundreds of years. And once you are done, you as a political body will dissolve and you will have executed your duty. Yes, it is a heavy weight. It is extremely important. When you are deliberating, if one of your fellow jurors says, well, she said she was there for some of her dad's things, so she must be guilty, remind them that the state is required to rule out any other possible purposes of those statements. It is not our job to prove the opposite. This is the state's case. It is our job to show you the doubts, and it's your job to apply them to the state's case. The state doesn't want you to look at their bad facts. That's why none of the state's witnesses admitted on direct that none of Carol or Nicole Mitchell's stuff was found. Carol or Rod Mitchell their stuff was found with Nicole. You know, not guilty verdicts actually serve the state very well too. It is a crucial reminder to the state to do better, to choose carefully what criminal accusations to make, to think clearly about what justice is and how it is rendered. Ladies and gentlemen, there will be more cases. We, as citizens, want the right cases brought. We want them to be prosecuted in the right way. Not
usually sending a message defense, which usually even the judge goes, even without an objection from the prosecution, can go, no, you're not allowed to make this argument.
guilty verdicts tell the state to try again and do better, and that is important. This is my last opportunity to speak with you. In a minute, I'm going to hand Nicole Mitchell over to you, and I won't be able to do anything else. The state gets an opportunity to come up here and tell you a completely different story. And if that happens, I want you to be thinking about your responsibility. Why isn't he ruling out every single reasonable doubt? Now, both the possible verdicts on the verdicts forms are framed in terms of guilt. That's what the chart was about. Guilt is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Guilt is not proven beyond a reasonable doubt. There is no third verdict that you will see. There is no third verdict form for innocence. It's not a question here. If somebody brings that up, please remind them. Did the state prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt or not? You don't have the third choice, not in our system. The state needs you to believe that Nicole Mitchell would throw away everything, that she would throw away her career, that she would throw away her family, that she would throw away her ability to be a foster mom for a shirt she knew she was going to get. As we discussed at the beginning of this case, unless the state's evidence can rule out that Nicole Mitchell entered just to check on Carol, then the verdict must be not guilty.
All right, let's see
Counsel
what.
approach.
But the fact of the matter is, it's the same burden no matter how many times Mr. Ringstrom repeats it to you or how many scary stories he tells you. It's not a magical formula. It's not an insurmountable
I can't do anything about the buzzing noise. Sorry. Rebuttal closing, and it's not that long.
burden or one unique to Ms. Mitchell. It's the same burden used in all criminal matters. Each and every working day across America, people are convicted applying this standard. That's why
And
there will be unanswered questions in every trial. It doesn't mean a failed burden of proof. The burden of proof is simply what it says it is. If you have a doubt, the judge instructed you that it must be based, that it cannot be fanciful or capricious, can't be far-fetched. Ladies and gentlemen, watch the body cameras. We are confident in the bridge that we have built. Drive the biggest semi you want across it. Carol Mitchell is not on trial here. Her testimony was a painful reminder that cruel diseases like Alzheimer's they move a lot faster than our justice system. Jonathan Keel may have expressed a belief that Carol Mitchell wanted the defendant to have these items, and that it's very possible that Carol Mitchell herself may have wanted her to have them. But the fact of the matter is they hadn't been turned over yet. They were in her house. The defendant broke in to take them. Mr. Ringstrom said that the state, his client was made to look inconsistent. We didn't do that, ladies and gentlemen. She did that herself. She did that in her direct testimony. Told you she's a liar. Repeatedly, you've heard about the defendant didn't have any belongings on her person. She got caught right away. Of course she didn't have anything on her. She got interrupted. You've heard about how the defense has stated that the defendant has expressed concern and did on the body cameras. Rewatch that footage. The context of her statements about Carol's disease are not in the manner of concern. They're used as a matter of excuse or resentment. Handcuffed and facing the reality of her actions, ladies and gentlemen, the defendant makes the following statements. I'm just hoping this mistake won't completely fuck up my life, my God, my military retirement. Shoot. Knowing that her career and liberty are on the line, the defendant, again, manages to show concern for the one person that she cares the most about, herself.
yeah, that's the core issue here. Nicole Mitchell doesn't care about anybody but herself and her image. No concern about Carol. None whatsoever. Just herself.
The defendant told you yesterday that she will lie to protect people. This includes lying to escape responsibility. Remember this as you deliberate. Ladies and gentlemen, please take all the time you need. Review any exhibits you wish. However, I want to leave you with one final thought. If you are all in agreement that the defendant was being truthful on April 22nd, 2024, when she spoke to law enforcement, then your verdict can be swift. I ask for justice for Carol Mitchell. Find her guilty.
And I actually can't find the video of the verdict. Well, wait a minute, maybe I can. Hold on. Now, let's go directly. She was found guilty. She was found guilty. The jury saw through it all. I only wish that the state had charged her with every crime she did in this situation. They didn't. This is the sentencing.
Nicole Mitchell, if you'd please rise. As to count one, I hereby adjudicate you guilty of the crime of burglary in the first degree in violation of Minnesota statute, section 609.582, subdivision 1, paren A. It carries with it a maximum penalty of 20 years imprisonment and payment of a fine of $35,000 or both. Therefore, as punishment, you are hereby committed to the custody of the Commissioner of Corrections of this state for a period of 21 months. However, execution of this sentence is stayed and you are placed on supervised probation for 5 years, subject to all the rules and regulations established by the Department of Corrections, the 10 standard conditions of probation, which include follow all state and federal laws, tell your probation officer within 72 hours if you have contact with law enforcement, if you are charged with any new criminal offenses, if you change your address, employment, or telephone number. You are to cooperate with the search of your person, residence, vehicle, workplace, property, and things as directed by your probation agent. You are to sign all releases of information as directed, and you are to give a DNA sample when directed. You are not to possess any firearms, ammunitions, or explosives. And you may be seated as I go through the rest of your sentence, Ms. Mitchell. And you'll be required with these additional conditions. You are ordered to serve 180 days in the Becker County Jail. I will authorize Huber work release privileges. Since you are employed, I will allow you to serve your time at the Ramsey County Jail so that you may keep your job and have income to pay potential restitution and fine. You must pay the cost of your confinement in the Ramsey County Jail. The Becker County taxpayers will not be responsible for the cost of your incarceration.
What this means is for a period of 180 days, her nighttime activity will be jail. She's released to go to work and come back to work, from work. Not doing chores or anything. That's 6 months. As a first-time offender, and nothing was actually taken from the place, that weighs in to the lighter sentence. What does she do? Well, she was a state senator. After she was convicted, she voluntarily left her spot as a state senator. She was already released from her military position. I do believe she also worked as a meteorologist somewhere. So all she was allowed to do for 6 months, leave jail, do the things, go back to jail. She got lucky. She got insanely lucky that the state didn't charge her with all the crimes she committed and admitted to. Hacking into Carol's bank account, hacking into her medical records. So what will happen to her kids? I don't know. She should have thought if she had to, I mean, her aunts maybe are moving into the house. Well, I don't know. And frankly, I don't know if I do care about her kids. Because even after this, she will still be her mom. Now a convicted felon. Trying to teach her kids right from wrong? Yeah, sure. But she got off easy. Even as a first-time offender, this type of crime generally results in actual prison, not work release jail. Yeah, as Gigi says, we care. She doesn't. And she should have been charged with more crimes, but she wasn't. Probably because politician pulled some strings. But this one, the burglary, they wouldn't let go, and she was convicted. At least now she is on. She will remain a felon. This trial will remain on YouTube and online. And she deserved to be punished more than she was, in my opinion, for what she did to Carol. Her father's wife of 40 years. She did this to, worsening her condition, forcing Carol through all the processes of trial, because Nicole couldn't care less. She wanted to keep her position as a state senator because, I've said this before, as a felon, she would be impeachable. Misdemeanor, not impeachable. She did all of this to try to keep her position as a state senator. She only cares about herself. Maybe that's why she is a single mother, because she is unable to love anybody but herself.
So that you may qualify for work release at Ramsey County, I will allow you to report on or before 6 p.m. October 1st, 2025. I took that as being the first day after September 30th, which is you were to receive your first paycheck from employment, and that was from the sentencing memorandum. However, Mr. DeCray has identified today that there's some uncertainty as to when you'll receive your first paycheck. So if you cannot meet the requirements and you don't have a paycheck by October 1st, you are to report the first day that you do receive that paycheck. However, it will not go beyond the 15 days as identified. So if it happens to be the 2nd, that is the day that you report, but not beyond the 8th of October, which is the 15 days that is requested. And if you don't have that, you cannot qualify, then you are to report to the Becker County Jail no later than 6 p.m. on that date of October 8th.
Yeah. I see the question. Well, she was active military as this happened. Why? What did the military do? Well, I found out that they could have charged her on the court-martial, because she did this as an active military commander. But they chose not to, because she got convicted here, so there was no need for it. Now, as the judge says, there were some uncertainties towards the job that she was about to start, because she needed it. She needed her first paycheck and stuff like that. She was on top of 180 days and 5 years probation. She was ordered to pay $27,000 in restitution to Carol. Don't know if she can or will pay. But as we now know, Carol is not well because of Nicole Mitchell and her aunts. Yes, Carol's husband's death. Of course, the stress of that. enhanced the Alzheimer's, but they terrorized her from the day after the funeral to the end of this trial. Another year and a half, they terrorized her. Nicole Mitchell is a despicable, horrible human being. And in my opinion, so are her aunts. And sadly, as this trial fades away, and Carol will still have Alzheimer's. Soon, she will be gone, and soon she will pass away. And I don't think for a second that Nicole and her aunts will stop. Then their focus will be towards Carol's relatives. Because they aren't done. They're going after everything, because nothing in this trial, nothing of their behavior says they will ever stop until they get what they want. It's a group of thunder cunt Karens, so to speak, who believe they did nothing wrong because they are entitled to it. Folks, this took a bit longer than expected, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles, I guess. But thank you. Thank you for following me on this journey. Thank you to you guys over at Rumble. Thank you guys over at X who are watching. Thank you over here at YouTube. Thank you to Justin Wright for your $10 super chat. Go watch my other videos after you're done here. Big Nick here needs more viewers and some ad revenue so I can get to United States, Indianapolis, to be on the oral argument in the Indiana Appeals Court for the Rick Allen case. I want to be there in the courtroom. And I'm okay if you, folks, as I always say, never necessary, always appreciated with monetary support. I completely understand in today's world that maybe not. Watch a few of my videos. Watch the Delphi case playlist. That I ask of you. But from me and Mr. Jingles, who is asleep in the couch over there, thank you again. Tomorrow, I'm not sure what will happen. Maybe a new trial will start tomorrow. I don't know. Or maybe I will start the coverage of that thing in the Tennessee county. Another case where law enforcement officers protect PDF, former law enforcement officers. That is a wild case, and it needs to be told. Again, thank you guys. You all have a good one, and I will see you all in the next stream or video. Bye-bye.